Brought the big guns. I'd like to call to order the Town of Breckenridge work session for the 25th of April, 3 p.m. We begin with Planning Commission decisions. Anything? And you have Chris up here for something else. So if you want to yell at him about anything, that'd be the time. Questions? Off-street parking? Everybody good? Yeah. Okay. All right, let us move on to gondola lots, master plan, extension development agreement, TC first reading memo 425/2023. Chris.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for reading the full title of the request.
Make sure we get everything done right around here.
But we have a bill for you at first reading tonight that it proposes to amend the existing development agreement between BGV and the town, in that would allow, in addition to the 6 months of extended vesting for the gondola lots master plan, that any site-specific development permit application within the master plan area not be subject to any development code changes subsequent to May 25th, 2022, for a period of 6 months from the effective date of the amendment, which would be June 13th, 2023. The reason for this amendment proposal is to allow BGV to withdraw their active Breckenridge Grand Vacations gondola lot site specific development permit application and explore other development options within the town. And in doing so, this makes it a lot easier to have discussions if we don't have an active application. The May 25th, 2022 date was requested because that was the original date of the current site-specific development permit application. But with that, I'd be happy to take any questions related to this proposal.
Questions first. Jay.
What changes would not apply if this was to go into effect?
Yeah, we've had a couple, development code changes since then. But the majority of them actually are already superseded by the existing master plan, specifically masses. We did eliminate the mass policy, which is really the biggie, but the master plan already gives mass bonuses in that, so that would not be applicable either way. Also, we did amend the off-street parking regulations, but the master plan also has the parking requirements specified for that area in it. So that's, again, something that would not apply. So we're left with our recent amendment to policies 5A and 5R, architectural compatibility, which is related to the point assignment for certain building materials. And we feel that that would have a fairly minimal effect on any kind of application within the master plan area.
Great, thank you.
I don't know if this is for Kirsten or Chris. And I'm 90% sure I'm reading this is already in there, but I just want to triple check that this does not extend the vesting any further than we already have, correct?
It does not, and actually there's deliberately two different periods. It's kind of a two-track. There's the existing 6 months with the option for additional 6 months, which the language is unchanged related to that for the master plan vesting. And then from talking with the applicants, we really wanted to have just a shorter fuse on this. So we're really only extending that kind of grace period for the development code specific for 6 months from the effective date. So that would actually sunset earlier or much earlier than the vesting of the master plan.
Great, thanks. Secondly, thanks to the applicants. I mean, I think their willingness to do this really helps with the discussion of, development permits and us having ex parte conversations and such. And it allows to have a much more open conversation. So I really appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I would like to see, anytime you amend or do a development code, you always want public benefit. And I don't want to get a piece of flesh. I think a purpose statement though would be helpful. And to me, that would be the public benefit. And I think we're all aligned in what the purpose statement is, something around, explore other development possibilities that would better serve our community, would be better for our community. And
Like that.
and really define that as the public benefit. I think it's already been, I think that's probably the reason this
Without
is
saying what it
before
actually is.
us, but I think actually saying it, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think, we've got to remember this is for the community. And,
Right.
this has to, what we end up with has to be better for the community. And, yeah, so that's it really. But appreciate this coming, you guys being willing to bring this forward. It makes everything a hell of a lot easier on us, I can tell you that.
So you're suggesting that we add that statement as part of the development agreement for a second
Yes.
reading?
Yeah, or we amended it before second reading. But yes, I think it needs to be it probably needs to be thought out and talked about with the applicant. So I would think between first and second reading would be more appropriate.
Yeah, I don't mind tooting my own horn.
I've noticed. Other questions? Everybody okay with this then? All right.
See you tonight.
They should send you two instead of Dudek more often.
I had the Dudek piece and then the you guys piece, so.
Great, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Snap.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, manager report, public projects update. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hi.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I do not have anything to add to the memo, but I'm happy to take questions.
The pictures are
Questions?
fantastic.
On,
What's fantastic? Oh, yeah.
uh, the sidewalk in front of,
Mm,
Oh, yeah.
mhm.
Is that part of this or is that something else?
It's part of the concrete replacement project.
It's a huge, they're not doing that on all these locations though, right?
No,
Okay.
that's one of the biggest, but hopefully within a week.
Have you talked to mom?
We've talked to everybody.
Good.
A couple times.
I was gonna say, if you didn't talk to mom, you're gonna.
The NGOs and everyone,
Yeah.
Placed or is it gonna be heated?
just getting replaced.
Other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Rowdy bunch up here today.
Good.
Mobility.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Only addition to your packet would be a little more firm detail on the Purple Route survey that we're going to put out there. Should be live tomorrow, probably at earliest, maybe Thursday. So just get some feedback on what the residents of the town want to see with that route and how it moves forward. And beyond that, I'll take any questions.
In Spanish.
We have it,
Excellent.
you can click on it and then there's a drop down that shows English and Spanish.
So on the bus, it's in Spanish also, so people will understand what they're doing.
We will make sure that the QR code has both English and Spanish to click on and then,
Great,
yep, from there you can decide.
great.
You'll have a sign with the QR, so you expect people to do it on the bus while they're.
Yeah, we'll put at all of the key touch points for the free ride. So the rec center, transit center, some of the main bus stops,
Yeah.
and then on the buses as well.
Not to belabor it, but make sure for the Hispanic version, it's that the language is something to the effect of help us plan the route that you use or something that we can make sure that they understand what this is for. I mean, people that speak English probably get the just general mindset of it, but we want to make sure that they do it because there's a lot of Hispanic ridership on the Purple, so.
Yep, good feedback. Thank you.
All right. Other questions?
Slowing down.
Wow, all right. Thanks, man.
Slowing down.
On the recruiting.
Ability. Oh, it's the new guy.
Oh,
Used to be a lumberjack.
yeah, you borrowed one of Rankin's hats. Good look.
Mayor and Council, introducing Hayden, our Sustainable Material Management Coordinator. He's been really a big help with our plastic pollution outreach and all of our town's material management goals. I actually don't have anything really to add to the memo, but we're available for questions.
He's a hell of a waiter too. Okay. I don't know if this got passed on to you, but I was listening to a podcast and the Pay As You Throw podcast piece from HC3 was all about Frisco. Left out, so.
Yes, so I talked to HC3. They sent us their marketing material that they have surrounding Pay As You Throw. They did say that any audiobook or podcast material that is out there, the marketing material includes Brecken Frisco. So maybe I'll talk with you and get back with them if we need to, but yeah.
It did not say Breckenridge. It's just.
That is geofence too. So is
Yes.
it, is it
Oh,
saying the same thing based on where you're at when you, where were you when you heard it?
the only place I ever am, Breckenridge.
It doesn't make sense.
Frisco.
Yeah.
They did say that the geotag was for both Brecken Frisco on those.
Okay.
But yeah, we can definitely look into it and confirm. They said they just listened to it as well, and they did hear Brecken Frisco mentioned on it. So yeah, it might be something to look into.
Ask them to follow up on that. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
On universal recycling, we're starting to get some questions, especially that the grant is open right now. So wondering, is the grant open by HOA, number of dumpsters or enclosures within the HOA? Do the residents apply? Can you give us a little more details that we could pass on?
Yeah, and you're talking specifically about the URO hardship
Yes.
kind of financial assistance. So that is open to any HOA, any business, really anyone that parameters. And so anyone who kind of manages their material streams can apply for it. We've had one application so far from Beaver Run, and it's a first come, first serve. So we're kind of looking at that on a rolling weekly basis. And as those applications come in, we just review their needs and how it will get them into compliance, and then just kind of work with them moving forward. So.
Okay, great. And Hayden, are you the point of contact? Can we?
Yes, yeah.
Information?
I've been taking on most of kind of the point of contact stuff, and then I work directly with HC3 and their team because they're doing a lot of the outreach and education as well. So,
Okay.
but
great.
as far as Breck, yeah.
And can you remind me, the date of compliance is 2025, right? When is it?
Yes, I will have to. I think it's something like that. I'll have to double check though.
All right, thank you.
Couple quick questions. Pay as you throw with single family residences that are managed by an HOA where the trash is included. If a homeowner wants to go with the smallest item, the smallest can, how is that working as far as with the HOA as if it's included in there? So it's not a dumpster per se, but just they have their own trash service, but it's wrapped into their dues.
So curbside collection with their HOA dues.
Valley
built
Brook,
in.
I think, is the biggest example I've had, but I know it's outside of that. Right.
Yeah, so we're telling homeowners to work directly with their hauler. Every hauler should be offering every size bin from the smallest 32 gallon to the largest 94 gallon, as well as wildlife resistant bins in those sizes. So we're kind of working on a case by case with the haulers when we hear of these, kind of outreach scenarios that homeowners have done.
But
So
will they realize the benefit? The homeowner that wants the smallest size, right now, they'll still be paying the same amount as the homeowner that takes the biggest size, their neighbor.
So that's where we're still kind of working out the rates that the haulers, they haven't been super clear on the rates that they're providing their customers for the bins. We are slowly kind of getting that information as the haulers come out with it. But yes, if a homeowner downsizes their trash, say from a 64 gallon to a 32 gallon, and then they get that standard 64 gallon recycling bin, there should be some cost savings associated with that, even in an HOA scenario.
But wouldn't you have to deal with the HOA, not the hauler?
Yeah, so that's going to be, we haven't seen a lot kind of coming to us as far as those HOAs breaking down the costs. So that might be something that develops over time where those HOAs are taking in all the different, owners and which bins they have and at those price points. So that is something that we could follow up with the haulers to see if they are getting more information on.
I mean, I fully support this program, but I think it will be quite an effort for the HOAs, say a large development that has, 50 homes, they're gonna have to figure out each individual home, what they particularly want, and then adjust the dues accordingly.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be easier. I think your point's good, Jeffrey. I think it's gonna be easier for the HOA than it is the hauler. I think it would be burdensome to put that burden on the hauler, but it would make sense.
I totally agree. Yeah, the HOA needs to deal with that.
Yeah.
But I think it would make sense for us to maybe fire out some letters to HOAs saying, this has been brought to our attention. We strongly encourage you to address it.
I mean, the HOA can easily just bill based on 20 large, 20 medium, 20 small. Super easy. It's really up to the HOA to pass that on to the customer that's needs to be aware that this is going on.
I appreciate that. Jump into a different subject real quick. On Skip the Stuff, I've had some questions on how that reads and what the expectations are when a guest opts in for plastic utensils, for example. Is opting in, grabbing it from a tray and taking it, here's my fork, right? Or is it that fork going behind the counter and the guest having to go to the counter going, can I have a fork? What does opt-in mean from your standpoint, and how do we communicate that with seven? Tone.
It's only for one special person.
And how do we communicate that with 7-Eleven, with, our coffee shops and even City Market, for example, with theirs?
Yeah, so the opt-in program is, the way it's going to be interpreted is pulling any of those single-use serviceware items and placing them behind the counter where an employee will have to assist in distributing those. The intent is just to keep those items from being easily accessible by customers to use, at will. We are working on that material to share with businesses that they can put out on their counters and their windows, whatever they need to communicate what the town's initiatives are and the reasoning behind it, to help, your frontline employees from being berated kind of with those questions. It still will happen, for a while, but
Why would we do that?
yeah, so
About stop the stuff was so that you didn't get stuff that you didn't need.
mhm.
But if you're there and you're just taking stuff, you need it. So why do we care?
So as far as to-go items on like those kind of serviceware items, yes, it will be the opt-in where they have to ask for their serviceware with their to-go item if they need it. And instead of the business just including it with that order, right? If they're dining in, there might be certain materials and in scenarios like, per restaurant, per business, where we could have some items out customer facing that they can access. But some other items, behind the counter that they'll just have to ask for. It might just be depending on the business and the products that they offer.
And I think we're putting a undue hardship on some of our small businesses that go through these volume periods where, depending on how you define opt-in, going and having it not included in your box or taped to your coffee cup or whatever it is, going and taking the measure to take it is a form of opting in. And I think, that's how I took the ordinance. Was opt-in, was not having it included, like thrown into your bag without asking, right? It's either asking for it or taking the initiative to pick up the plastic utensil or the straw or what it might be.
I agree with that.
So just to let you know what the code says, and then maybe we need to change it, I don't know. But the draft allowed for it's in here and I was just looking at it. It's like stations that may have condiments. It allowed for that. And I think some of the reason for that is we still are in this world where we can't outright ban certain plastics. But we can look at whether you
We're
want
okay with that. That's
Oh,
what-
okay.
What we're
I think
saying
that's what we're
is
saying.
the places that currently have stuff that
Got it.
customers can just get themselves. That's an opt-in. For them to have to go to the counter to ask an employee to hand them a coffee stirrer is way too much work when you're busy and you got a line of people waiting to get coffee. So for the places that already have stuff out, I think we'd like to leave it out. The stop the stuff was just stuffing a bag with stuff. That was the whole
Exactly.
point, not
Okay.
this secondary piece where you have to go to the counter on your way out to get stuff.
Okay.
That was our intent.
And that's how it's written.
And that's then we need to interpret it that.
Yeah.
That's how we should be interpreting it, with based on what the, if it's written that way, and that's the direction of the council.
Mhm.
So that means that the 7-Elevens that have plastic utensils out for people to choose, if they choose to use one, that is okay.
Correct. Yeah. Right? Everybody?
Yeah.
Until we outright
Yeah.
start to ban that kind of stuff.
Which, thank you. The last thing I had was the single-use plastic food serviceware ban July 1st, 2024. I'm getting a lot of business owners coming to me going, what does that mean? Does that mean the quart container that is at the deli bar at City Market? Is that like, there's really in the little cheat sheet that was, are you good to go plastic free? It's not really defined yet. And I think that there's some heartburn of going, what am I going to have to find alternatives for? And, right now it just says the second phase of Skip the Stuff is to eliminate plastic options entirely. Beginning July 1st, 2024, serviceware offered by request only must be made from something other than plastic. Condiment packages and containers are still allowed by request and are the only exemption. So it's still a little bit too vague, I think, or at least I needed the explanation of what's going to be allowed, what's not.
Yeah, so I will have to get back with Jesse and we can look at this a little closer. I think it might be good to narrow in a little bit and define those products that our businesses see that are plastic. Yeah, right now it's any plastic polymer-based food container that would basically fit into that definition. So it would be those plastic quartz container or plastic containers at City Market on the deli counter. Finding alternatives to those would be, fiber alternatives, stuff like that. But yeah, we can definitely look at it and see if some of those containers, might qualify as reusable, depending on the production style of those plastic containers, if they're more rigid or durable.
Right.
So, yeah.
Will you reel this back into just water bottles? I'm a little bit confused on what's going on.
But I think this was separate from that part of water bottle beverage. This is serviceware. And I think the part that I think there's a little hypocrisy on is that and maybe not, maybe we just need clarity, that if someone goes to City Market and says, hey, I need 4 chicken wings and a quart of chicken wings, and they put them in there, that's not allowed. But if those same 4 chicken wings are packaged and shipped into the store, they can be on the shelves.
Mhm.
And so I think that we have to find a line that is very clear so that our business owners know what side of the line they're on, and whether that it's okay to receive them, it's not okay to fulfill them, and where does that come? Does that make
It does.
that make sense?
We'll get some more clarification on that.
Thank you.
Along those lines, if we do end up pushing more information, which I agree with Jay, that'd be really valuable as we start to field questions, work with the restaurant association. But I think a compelling piece of information that we should push out along that is I've had some people reach out saying like, I've been doing the right thing. I have compostable cups. So education that up here that isn't truly compostable. Yeah. Uh-huh.
That direct outreach, working with businesses, is occurring and starting. So yeah, that'll be an aspect of it, as we, kind of learn which businesses are dealing with these issues. So,
I know this is in the infancy and we're just trying to figure it all out, but, I just have a fear, the shooting the snake closest to my foot is plastic single-use water bottles that you see people in City Market looking like they're buying something for their compound at the Branch Davidians. I don't want to confuse the issue too much. I'd like to figure it out, but I worry that by some of the stuff that still hasn't been vetted totally, that we can kind of like lose the will of the public, which I think most people kind of think, yeah, we got to get rid of these water bottles. But if we make it too confusing, I think we can lose lose the high road on this. So that's my concern. I have faith that you guys will figure it out, because I can't.
Yeah, let us dial it in and get a little more clarification, and we'll come back and we can go from there.
The questions? Cool. Thank you.
And welcome to the fold, Hayden.
Thank you.
Aiden, it's awesome. Learned everything he knows downstairs at Eric's. Housing and childcare.
Good timing, ladies.
They were listening. It's
They
not
had to
like
walk
magic.
over.
It's not
from
like
next
magic.
door. Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We don't have any minutes in your packet, although we did have a Housing Committee meeting on April 11th. So those minutes will be in your next packet. And we have a childcare meeting next Wednesday on the 3rd.
And on May 11th from 4 to 7, we will do a community informational session for Stables to get that kicked off.
I have a question about the Timberline expansion. Is that something that's happening now, or where is that project?
It is.
Melanie will tell you what we've done.
So we just did some soils testing, and we're getting another survey going next week. So from there, we're going to evaluate how we want to move forward. We were supposed to have a meeting this morning with Leslie, but that got pushed. So we're going to chat with her again next week and kind of see where and how we want to move forward.
Okay. And I don't want to I think there's probably a need for that expansion, but I would love it if the childcare committee talked about the 158 spots that are going to open in November and or October and November, and just make sure that since we haven't actually started construction yet, that we do need to do that.
Yep. I have it on the agenda.
Okay, great. And then also if you can get clarity from them as to what kind of spots that, because we don't want to add toddler spots. Okay.
Agreed. Leslie's on our committee, so
Yeah.
she'll be there.
And I know that I think the council needs to be aware, and I think everybody is, but if they add, 7 infant spots or something, that's a huge financial commitment for them, because the toddlers really pay for the infants. So I think,
Operational commitment.
yeah. So I just think that we as a group need to be aware that that will throw their system out of whack. And so if they're able to do that, I would like to tell them that we will be a partner in that. And I hope that everyone here agrees with that.
I've had conversations with Leslie about that, about at least coming up with a number of what that looks like. And
Yeah.
because they operate pretty lean.
Yeah, they're
Do
lean.
do we take that to the next step and offer financial incentives to convert, older rooms to infant rooms? To increase capacity, have them change their mix of kids and have more infants than, because that's where we're short, right?
It is, but there's no room sitting empty right now.
Mhm.
We are at full occupancy, I believe, at all of the facilities, or in that 95 to 98%. And
Due to
so
staffing or due to size of facilities? Okay.
Well, what might change, I think this is a good thing to continue looking at, because, the elementary schools, several of them have added a preschool classroom now. So if they start siphoning off from our childcare centers, then there may be space to do that. And then we might have a financial conversation with them that it makes sense to have more infants, but right now, like Jay said, everybody's at capacity, so.
Is there a corresponding capital budgeting spend we're looking at on childcare tied into, say, like Stables expansion and then maybe Block 11 coming? Is that something we should maybe?
Well, you have money, we have a opportunity to design a facility out by the Soul Center. The other thing I'll add is it was an eco board meeting yesterday, and part of that conversation was around master plan and needs assessment to really understand the impact of the new facilities coming online and what is actually needed, so that we're not sort of building a facility that isn't needed or only half the size is needed, and also understanding if there is anticipated growth in the community and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
And I think
we maybe want.
one, like with conversations with the commissioners, I do think they have an interest in putting another facility in the other end of the county where there aren't, I mean, obviously there's going to be a Silverthorne facility and there's going to be a Copper Mountain facility. So that takes care of 2 childcare deserts. But I just am we've talked about this a lot at the childcare committee, is like, we already have to staff so many facilities in Breckenridge. And so I think we really need to pay close attention to having the copper facility, how that gets staffed up, how Silverthorne gets staffed up, make sure that they can even fully staff those, before we would ever consider another facility here. And Vail Resorts just opened theirs. So there's just a ton. I feel like we're getting a pretty big pulse of spaces right now, and we need to look at or watch what's going to happen.
When is Silverthorne coming online?
In November, I think, or September.
They said fall, so
Yeah. I think September for Silverthorne and then November for Copper is what the estimates were.
Mhm.
How are we doing getting A1 money?
For,
We did that ballot initiative is,
Healthy Futures or whatever?
yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that there's anything in the near future for a childcare facility in Breckenridge.
Okay.
A lot of it's committed to Silverthorne, and then they keep talking about, I'm hearing Dillon too, as an expansion or remodel or something in Dillon is next on their list. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure where Breck would fall.
in Lake Hill.
In Lake Hill, so
And
we're further
Keystone.
down on the list.
But Lake Hill
Not
could be
Keystone, but
20 years
the
away.
Wintergreen. Wintergreen.
Water.
We supported it.
did fund SPK, so that helped us a lot with our budget for the Town of Breck program.
So we're getting data on numbers of spots that we need. And I hear you saying that we need to look at staffing, but so I guess I just want to understand, are we looking at the demand for spots in the waiting list? Is it starting there? Because to me, isn't that where it starts? How many kids do we have and how many spots do we need? And then we manage to that.
We do. We know how many spots we need. We know what's available, what we need countywide. I think what they're getting at is we need to let these other facilities open and see who goes where
Yeah.
before we really know what the need's going to be now.
There'll be some shifting
For sure.
with facilities opening on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other end of the county. And I think, back, we really do have as many children on the wait list as we have current spots in the county. That hasn't really wavered. But I think everybody wants to see what happens with that many spots. I mean, that's a lot. That's more than what we were proposing to put in a facility here locally. So I think everybody wants to see what happens when those open and how much it shifts in our Breckenridge centers to know that the need is still here in Breckenridge.
The age mix is.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I worry about lagging but I can understand if there's folks driving into our facilities from Dillon and there's a Dillon facility, well, then they're just going to go to Dillon, which is great because then it's,
Theoretically, yeah.
yeah. Okay. Thanks for keeping a close eye on it. Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
What else you got?
We'll be back in a little bit for lottery discussion.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the exciting one.
Glad you think so.
I think it's great. Council reports or committee reports, I should say. Anything? Anybody want to talk about?
The only thing I'll highlight in
Yes,
this on equity, the commission did decide to weigh in. on this.
Heart attack.
The commission did decide to weigh in on SB 213, and that was something we made very clear with the commissioners. I mean, town in general has gotten into the weeds on this issue. Sheena and I presented a very high overview of what was going on, but we really did let the commissioners decide that this was something they wanted to weigh in on. We in no means want to use this commission as cover. So just highlighting, they understand that independently, they wanted to weigh in on this issue.
So I think that's great. I think we need to have a discussion going forward, and it could be very simply right now about how we allow or how we would like our commissions that report to us to interact with outside agencies. And my feeling is we do it like we've always done with BOSAC, is BOSAC can write a letter, but it has to go through us.
Yeah.
Because what we don't want is the town council supports an idea at the state, but there's an advisory body below us that doesn't. And that is, we're the electeds. I think we set the path on those kind of things. So it's my feeling that any letter like that needs to come through the council before it's sent out.
Yeah, and I think the point to that would be that if they don't support something, it's super important that we have that conversation and
With
make
them.
sure that we're looking at it with the equity
Correct.
lens.
And then same as us, if they're gonna reach out independently as an individual, they need to be very careful how they represent their involvement with the town.
No, those are great points, and I think we can bring that back to the commission just to streamline the process, because in general, the commission was
thought the
interested
letter
in
was
being
great.
aware and
Yeah.
weighing in.
No, and I
Yeah.
think it's great. I like that initiative. We just don't want to get sideways with, we've had commission people show up here and testify against stuff that they represented themselves as part of the town. And we want to avoid anything like that.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
I think initially when we formed the commission, we did one of those like 101 how to weigh in, but it might be worth doing a refresher.
And on anything that we're heavily involved in, like, I think this is a great example. If it is of value for one of us to come and say, look, this is why we feel this way, this is, to assist you or assist the staff on that kind of stuff. I mean, we'd all be happy to. So.
Can I just say one thing too? Kelly and Shannon and I have been working on a proposed policy around legislation and taking positions with the state, which addresses this exact thing that we
sweet.
just discussed putting on at the retreat. So we'll bring a draft to you then.
Cool.
Awesome. Great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm really done with it.
You won't be there.
What's that?
We'll report
Tell
back.
Taj, great letter.
Yeah.
Okay, financials.
You could move the retreat later in the month.
There's no other time to do it. You don't have to be there. It's okay. It's your last year.
I know.
You're gonna be
I think you should.
emeritus,
I'm stuck.
council emeritus.
I'm gonna be alive.
Hi, Dave.
David.
How are you?
How y'all doing today?
Good. It's good to see you, man.
Like our snowstorm?
Big one coming currently, isn't there?
Going right now?
Oh,
Oh, okay.
so far it's dry. Just a quick update for March. We are still running ahead of budget, which is good for our excise fund, and most of that's really being driven by our sales taxes. And I'm not going to say it's going to carry through the year yet. We'll just have to see how the year progresses with how we did the budget and phasing. From a perspective of our gross sales, and this is through February, through year to date through February, we're about 1.9% higher than 2022, which is good. But we're about 45% higher than 2019. So we're still tracking very strong versus 2019, which is positive.
What do we, 19 compared to 19 again? What was that number?
About 45% higher.
God.
I'm not gonna go through all the individual details of all the different industries, but basically accommodations running relatively flat. And then we're picking it up in the other really grocery, liquor sales and that things of that nature. So we're doing okay from that perspective. I'm gonna go back to the end here, which is our income statement. I don't know if you had a chance to review that or not yet, but one thing I did want to highlight, from a revenue perspective, this is through March. So we're trying to close the books through March and then get the reporting done, talk to the different departments. So it's a pretty tight timeframe. So through the first quarter, we're ahead about 3.8 million in revenue to our budget. Excise fund is driving some of that, as well as a few other funds that you can see here. But you see a negative 4 million in utility. I just wanted to call that out. We did an accrual at the end of the year for FEMA. That's the Tarn Dam reimbursement. Those were invoices that were submitted for reimbursement. We hadn't gotten paid, so we accrued it. It's enterprise fund, so we would accrue those dollars.
What's accrued mean?
We're recognizing it.
Oh,
So we
acknowledging it.
recognize the revenue
I get you.
in 22.
I get you.
And as of March, we've been paid about half of that, okay, about 4 million. So we reversed the entire accrual because it's been 90 days. That's the negative 4 million you see. We're still trying to reconcile what's going on there. I'm going to be getting with Shannon this week to see exactly what's causing that difference there. And so we either might open up 22 and reduce that accrual with the audit that we're going through right now. Or if it's still coming, it'll just hit whatever month it hits. But I can't leave an accrual on the books forever like that. So this is a timing thing right now. I wouldn't worry about it. We'll get it fixed in the month of, for the May reporting, we'll get it fixed in the month of April. That's the main thing I wanted to call out there. And then we also have in expenses, we had the open space purchase that hit the books. That was not in the budget. So we'll probably do another round of budget appropriations, I'd say mid-year for anything that's come through, and this will be a part of that. So we will adjust the budget at that time for that purchase and capture any other items that have come through. So with that, I'll open up to questions.
Dave, when we do budget appropriations, and then you show us this P and L like you did, does the budget number change with the appropriations? Okay,
It'll go up.
so we may actually have 3 columns. We might have actual budget and like budget as of 1/1/23 or something.
We'll do it that way, just so we can track as we progress. So we had the November budget, and then we did a round of appropriations, I think back in February. And that's what you see here. But, and then we'll have another round mid-year. And then at the end of the year, we'll do the reconciliation by fund of expenses. And if we're over budget, we'll do one last appropriation at that time. So we would capture every expense by fund that we need to.
And is that too much work to have like
No.
that extra column just so we
Yeah,
can see
absolutely. We'll do a walkthrough that
our
way.
journey?
Like the original budget and then the sum of all the appropriations?
Yep.
So not just the most recent, but the sum of all of them during the year?
Correct. Otherwise, we would
Makes
end up
sense.
having like 8 additional columns or, and that's silly, but like.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
FTE to that schedule as well at the bottom, and we're about 15 under right now, full-time year-round FTE.
But that's usually what actuals are, right? Are we looking at, I mean, there's budget and then actuals is what's changed. Or it's what we're actually doing.
Right, but we would have I'll say a budget walkthrough,
Yeah,
just show what's changed. I think that would be good. to
yeah, I
show.
get, it's helpful.
'Cause it-
And we never in the past made those adjustments and looked at those, which we should have been doing. And that was one of the things Dave pointed out that that these changes weren't made as during the year to
It gets
identify
confusing
those
if you're not-
appropriations.
Yeah.
So.
Real quick on that 4.2
We're- When we
million.
close it out, but not.
So we're expecting to get reimbursed that. So really we're 8 mil ahead or?
No, we're not ahead. We recognize the 8 million in 22 in December. So in December's books, that's where it is. We reversed it in March per accounting. And we have been paid 4. So look at it this way, there's 4 outstanding from a cash flow perspective. But we
Saying
recognize
that we're gonna get from.
that's
FEMA.
what we're gonna reconcile to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that, I was just alluding to like, we're 3.7 ahead to budget. If we get that 4, then we're close to 8 ahead
Yes.
in theory.
Yes.
Cool, thank you. I won't
That was
count those
hard for him
chickens.
to agree to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Pretty good.
He's a lingering accrual.
Dave, I appreciate you having room nights and, I know I asked for that and the ADR. I just want to point out to everyone, the data, I don't know if you looked at this, but the data looks way down for room nights for the beginning of this year. We're in between two different data sets.
Yeah.
We've used DMX forever and ever, and now we're on key data and Lucy's still kind of refining that some around things like owner room nights and timeshare and yada, yada. So it's not entirely apples to apples.
Because it's showing about a 28% decrease. and
Correct.
It's not that, because we're not seeing that in the numbers.
Right.
Lucy?
And is that a reason for the significant difference between ADR?
I think the 80 hours is probably accurate.
Okay.
And hopefully, I think we have 2022 key data's numbers. So we'll be able to see year over year with key data. And so there'll be 2022 columns, one with Decimetrics, one with key data, so that there is a year over year, so we can see if there's something dramatic happening.
Right.
Taxes due tells us plenty.
Yeah, the taxes really, in the end, that's the truth. The rest of this is voodoo. Dave, thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, gang. Planning matters. Start with capacity dashboard update. Are they ready to? Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry. County attorney update. You know what? I just rolled through and it wasn't.
If it's okay, if you don't want to. So there's 14 days left in the legislative session, and I think setting some of the substance aside, you'll see that the procedural rules will become a huge game, especially with respect to 213. We've got new amendments going into the Appropriations Committee, and I'm sure most of you saw that Zenzinger, who sits on it, has come out really hard that they won't get her vote if they don't lift some of the mandates. But then it could go back into the Senate floor and go right back to its original form. It's going to be really interesting to watch, if nothing else, but it has gotten better for sure. There's still a lot of problems with it in my view, but it's gotten better with a lot of work from our mayor, thankfully. The 1255, the growth cap bill, that looks like it's going to pass. That's the one that's going to prohibit any growth caps in other jurisdictions and allegedly repeal existing ones in a handful of jurisdictions. That is also terribly written and could have some unintended consequences. I'll jump to one good piece of news is
You think that will pass?
yeah, I do. CML and others have jumped in trying to get it fixed and they just keep forging ahead. People aren't paying attention to that one as much as 213.
Yeah.
Because there's only a few growth caps right now.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's not.
And
Question is what it's gonna do with water. And that we haven't seemed to really get a great grasp on. Can you still restrict because of water and sewer?
And right now, as it's written, I don't think so, because it says any limitation that a public entity does, whether through policy or ordinance that limits growth. But I don't know if you couldn't serve water, it'd be hard to say that you still.
And for us, it's not as much of a thing because the joint upper blue, which this affects, actually took into account all the properties that were undeveloped. So if there's developable property, we expect people to build on it anyway. We don't really have a growth cap. We have a number. We have a nebulous number that's based on actual properties that we've been taking some out of the mix already. So probably won't affect us as much as it'll affect someplace like Boulder that has a pretty stringent growth cap, which is a huge bummer because it's a great community because they've done what they've done.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, those are all really good points. Let's see. Well, Rick pointed out today that the assault weapons ban did not pass, which is remarkable, and sad and unfortunate. And then,
They're in charge.
yeah. There is the one bill that I think is good for us that keeps plugging along is the right of first refusal on
good.
multifamily projects. Let's see. I mean, it hasn't slowed down, so yeah, I do. I mean, that with a Democrat controlled, Senate, it probably does. Although, again, with 14 days left here, there's no telling if some of this just gets, stopped in its tracks. I don't know. And then one bill that we've seen a lot of traffic recently is this, I think it's 23-290, Senate Bill 23-291, which is arguably got some good things about rates and utilities. However, so it's really got some good language about how to limit rates and that utilities have to cover some of the cost of fuel and they can't impose in their rates administrative costs and advertising and things like that rather than the direct charge. There is a portion of the bill that talks about if a geographic area with new development has a disproportionate share of the cost, that then the rates kind of shift to that geographic area, and that would all be done through rulemaking. We've seen at least Silverthorne's manager come out and testify against it. And their position is that it would more negatively impact mountain communities. When I look at it, I think it could arguably impact any community where a new line disproportionately impacts. But we're going to talk about whether we want to get a little bit more involved in that one because CML is neutral on it because it does have some beneficial impacts. Those are the kind of the ones I highlight for you, but if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you.
Move right on to planning matters now.
I will just mention it's House Bill 1282. Kirsten and I talked about it today. It's really short, but what they did was they added public utilities as an entity that you could bring a complaint, a consumer protection complaint against a public utility, which wasn't included in there before. And so our water utility would be then subject to the Colorado Consumer Protection. And it could bring, frivolous complaints. We're about to do water rate structure change. And so you could get somebody who doesn't like that water rate structure that could make a complaint to the Attorney General's office on, against us. And it could cause extra costs for us. It's not, I don't think that's what they intended when they added utilities to that. I'm pretty confident they were probably pointing the finger at Excel. So as let's see, Colorado Rural Electric Association has drafted a letter of opposition, and we found out about it through the Colorado Communications and Utilities Alliance, which we're a part of. So we have signed on to that letter. I don't know where that will go, but I just wanted to let you know that we have signed on to it.
So what is CIRSA's position on something like that? Do they leave us out in the cold, or are they gonna, for frivolous lawsuit on water, will they?
They certainly would cover us for something that is covered under our policy, but as you know, there are quite a few exclusions. So it would depend on what the sort of claim was.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would it would be within the four corners. The question would be whether there'd be an exception that didn't cover us.
We don't know if it'd be a lawsuit as much as more of a complaint and an investigation and looking at our justification for rates or something like that, right?
I personally think it's a little too early. I don't know if this one's going to make it very far, like if it will or not. But I think it doesn't hurt for us to sign on to this letter though.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, now capacity dashboard update. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't read so well.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. And Peyton, if you're listening, if you could bring Colin and Jake over as panelists. Should be online.
You're very good.
Okay, so we were here before you in January to present to you the initial capacity analysis and dashboard. And there we were really analyzing and trying to answer the question of, has town been busy in the last, busier in the last 5 years? Or was that just a perception? And then if it has been busier, where are people coming from? And what do we want to track going forward, if anything? So we did come before you in January with that. A couple of comments that the council had was, can we get sewer data from Upper Blue Sanitation District? And we'll show you what that looks like on the dashboard here today in a moment. The other one was to look at break down the mobility data further, which is the cellular data, to areas outside of Breckenridge within Summit County, as well as our neighboring counties, Park, and Lake, for example. So we went ahead and looked at that. It was kind of difficult to analyze that data, and I'll let Jake go into that further to see kind of who's coming in as employees or visitors, things like that from those other parts of the county and neighboring counties as well. So we wanted to see what you thought of this. And we're actually still, like Colin just came out with a further breakdown of what percentages are each of those counties within that chart that just says other Summit and neighboring counties. So he'll bring that up as well today. So we are refining that further, but do we want to keep tracking this? Is it useful information to you? This was information collected just within the town boundary. We found that the majority of visitors to Breckenridge is within the state, although that is declining a little bit. And then the other Summit, Park, and Lake counties represent a pretty significant portion of that visitorship or employees coming into town. And most is during the week. And as far as percentage wise, and then it goes down on the weekend because, you know, people from other places come here. So it's not as statistically significant. So we will, with that, I'm going to kick this off to Jake and Colin with RRC, who really got into this data.
Great. Thanks, Julia. Can everyone hear me? Just checking audio.
Pretty low.
Low. Let's see. Let me see if I can boost my mic. I think my mic is at the loudest setting.
There we go. We got it.
Better. Okay. Yeah, so I think thanks for having us. Sorry we couldn't be there in person. We always like to be, but with the weather today, it was a little bit questionable. So as Julia mentioned, you know, the two main tasks that we came after their January meeting was to look at the sewer data and the kind of what we've been calling the nearby resident analysis. And I'll start with the nearby resident analysis and just kind of walk through some of our key findings in addition to what Julia had mentioned. I think just from the onset, one of the challenges we had with this data to look at employment of people coming into town was just because of Breckenridge's kind of unique setup with the mountain so close. And I think we'd probably see this in ski towns in general. It was really hard for us to be able to separate out people that were coming into the area for work related purposes versus recreational or other related purposes. And the main reason was that what we saw when we started to look at people coming into town is someone from Park County, for instance, if they worked up at the mountain, they would come through town, drive 5 minutes through town and then be up in the mountain the whole day and then come back through town. And it would show up as 2 5-minute visits. And with that information, it's hard to tell, you know, are they an employee that's just coming out for the day, or are they coming to ski or doing something else? They could be working right outside of city limits and then coming back through. And we saw enough of those instances in the data with Breckenridge that we just didn't have the confidence to be able to separate out is someone truly an employee or not? And that's partially just the nature of this data. You don't get everybody's data every single day, so you have to make assumptions a bit about what they're doing in town. But we just couldn't suss out enough of whether that was an employment visit or a recreation visit. That said, I don't think, I think we all know that there's definitely a share of both that are coming, and likely from, other Summit County areas. It's probably more employment necessarily, especially during the week than it would be for fun. But in the winter, especially, you get people that'll come up and stay the whole day skiing, and they would look like an employee in the data. So we just didn't feel confident trying to separate that out after we had enough of those instances. I will share my screen, and I think you all have the, I'll just walk through some of the findings from the document instead of sharing it. And I think, what we've seen is, and realistically across kind of the 3 years that we looked at were 2019, 2021, and then partially through 2022. And I think what we've seen in general from those neighboring communities, as well as other Summit County areas, is mostly stability. I think in terms of, shifts and shares of visitation from each of those counties over time, we've seen a bit of decline in the share of those nearby communities coming to Breckenridge during winter and kind of late spring throughout May. In May of 2019, 49% of the share of Colorado visits were from those 3 counties, Summit County, other Summit County areas, Park County and Lake counties. And then as of 2022, that number had dropped down to 39%. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's fewer people from those counties coming, but they represent a lower share, a smaller share of the total Colorado visitation. So that could either be more people from the Front Range visiting, or a mix of a fewer amounts of people coming from those nearby areas and some increasing visitation from Front Range and other Colorado areas. I think what's interesting is seeing that higher share of people in town during the weekdays. Obviously, that does show not only is that partially because of employment, but because of just lower volume of people in general. You don't have the weekend warriors from Denver and the Front Range coming up as much on the weekdays, so you have more share of nearby residents. And I think just seeing how do these changes occur over time? Do you start to see, and maybe monitoring, the Front Range counties specifically versus the nearby areas, and just see if that tends to change over time, or if it kind of remains at this the pace it's at currently. Like I said, I don't see anything in the data that strikes me as something that would be concerning or something that would be too surprising. I think it's a mix of people coming into town for employment and recreation. But I think it is good just to monitor, because, a lot of times with nearby communities, especially if they're coming in for employment, that's more cars on the road. It's more people in town. And if you can encourage carpooling and whatnot, other forms of transportation for those people coming into town, that just reduces the number of vehicles on the road in general. I think one of the interesting things that we also were able to look at was a breakdown of, we looked at the north side of town and the south side of town, and see kind of the percentage of visits in terms of people just coming into town between those two. And I think now that, the counter at the south end of town will be installed permanently, that's going to be a really good resource to monitor over time to see how this changes. But we estimate about 75 to 80% of visits across the 3 years that we looked at coming in on the north side of town. Probably not a surprise, but that is still to say that there's about a quarter or a little bit less of people coming in on the south end of town. And with Colorado Springs continuing to grow, it's going to be, even more important to keep monitoring that southern end and just see how that changes things over time.
Jake, Jake, anecdotally, that's always kind of what we've looked at, somewhere in that 70-75% coming from there. And I think one of our goals in the town is to have a much more accurate counter system at the south end, because we often wonder if that trend is changing, if there's more coming in.
Yeah. And I think even seasonally, what's the breakdown of that seasonally? From our data, you can see we did include a graph from each year by month, and you can see that in the winter, January, February, that south end of town represents about 15% to 20%. you know, compared to summertime, it's up into the almost the 30%, 25 to 30% range. So you get more people coming from Colorado Springs area in the summertime, and or just a much larger share of people coming over I-70 in the winter, which could be the case too. I think those are, you know, in terms of the nearby resident analysis, I think those are the key findings. Not, like I said, nothing struck me as there was nothing in there that struck me as too surprising, other than it would be nice to be able to classify, you know, employment versus non-employment. But I think it's not too surprising that, especially Park County, Lake County gets a very small share of the Colorado visit. It was only 1.3% of visits came from Lake County. 4.5% of the Colorado visits came from Park County. And Park County and Lake County, both of their percentages, when you look at their counties by themselves, they're almost completely flat. There's barely any change. It's roughly 4 to 5% for Park County and just 1 to 2% for Lake. I imagine the majority of those people, of those smaller shares, are people employed in the area that come up on a more regular basis, just because those numbers don't fluctuate very much. But I think, you know, the growth in other Colorado, the share of other Colorado counties coming in, and mainly that's the Front Range, obviously, is something we've talked about in the past, but continuing just to monitor that over time and see how that changes is I think important. But it probably won't change too rapidly from what the data is showing so far. Colin, anything you would want to add onto those analyses at all? Nothing. Yeah, I think that's kind of, we both kind of had the same conclusions coming out of this with what we've seen. So.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, questions.
Hey, Jake, and I don't think it's covered in here, but I think the last time we met, you had some stat percentage of the anecdotal or calculated percentage of people that come through the tunnel that end up at Highway 9 by Tiger Road. And I forget what the stat was, but it was frightening.
Yeah, it was so the way that basically what we looked at is the counts coming through the tunnel, and looked at the counts at the Highway 9 traffic counter, and just what are the raw counts and how do they match up. And I think we saw that it was about 35 to 40%. The counts of the people coming on Highway 9 represent about 30 to 45% of the total visits that you would see, or the total pass-through trips on the tunnel, which I think there's not to say that every single 40% of the people coming through the tunnel are turning on to going on Highway 9, but just those raw counts, it is surprising how high that counter was.
I mean, we could see less cars coming through the tunnel, but then we see our count staying flat or the same at Highway 9.
Wow.
And that means more that we're capturing, and more of those people are still coming. You know?
Yeah.
We tend to, we watch that monthly.
Okay.
And see that trend in there. You know,
Okay.
When we're looking at an I-70 coalition too, and we're looking at all the travel demand management that's being done, you know, the CDOT is putting a lot of resources into Pegasus. Pegasus is the smaller buses that can run in the, the high occupancy auxiliary lane, because the large bus things are too big to go in that lane. But we're seeing great ridership.
Really?
On these buses. And even, the snow sting that we did this year was for the first year of operation, had great ridership. Was it February, March or something, right, Matt? I don't remember. I mean, it was for a first year of operation, they were very pleased with that. Now, it's a relatively small number of people.
Yeah.
That you're getting off the road, but every little bit helps somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've been impressed. We've done a little bit of work with the bus stings and the snow stings. We've done some surveys on them in the past couple of years, and I think more just giving people more options to use public transit, the better. Like you said, it's not going to take 1 million cars off the road, but it's a step in the right direction towards, at least giving other options for people that, and it might be people that wouldn't drive themselves normally because they don't like traffic, but they'll take the bus, and that's kind of a win-win situation.
Well, I think we have an 8% increase in carpool.
That's huge.
Yeah. Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
That is.
That's fantastic.
I don't know if it's easy enough. It'd be awesome to see some raw data on some of these graphs just to kind of understand like north and south side,
Sure.
what sort of numbers are we seeing there? And then as we institute different transit or parking, I guess, management plans, like how does it impact it? So yeah,
Sure.
wherever, just we need to see the data on like year over year and like during the week.
Okay. Yeah, we can look at some of that. I'd say that, we generally tend to report this type of data, the data in terms of mobility data in percentages, just because the raw data the volume of data changes from data providers. So it's hard, it's not necessarily a apples to apples comparison to see that if their sample size went down 1 year, that means the total number of people went down. So there is some modeling we do with that. But I think we could try to look at it and see what we're picking up in terms of kind of total numbers as well.
Yeah, if there's a way to look at like relative scale and any shifting that's going
Sure.
on, I think that's what I'm interested in, is like trends and change as we institute management. Cool,
Sure.
thanks.
That makes sense. Yeah, and like I said, I think having that south counter is going to be great to be able to monitor kind of total trips across town, north and south. So
like Jake said, we like to talk in terms of percentages and composition with this data, not in absolute numbers because the sample fluctuates. But the exception to that is an analysis we did on Highway 9 early on in this process, and we identified the mobility data devices that were crossing that counter and then linked the two data sources so we can get that total visitation number from the traffic counter data, and then understand the composition of those of the people in those vehicles, percentages from Front Range, Other Summit, et cetera. So we can share that as well, but I think that's the most reliable source of are things up or down in terms of the analysis. Yeah.
But in a nutshell, we're getting more busy.
I don't know if you can draw any real conclusion out of this. I think one of the things that I was looking forward to was the fact that you said you're going to include the flush data on here. And did I miss that in the report?
yeah, so that is on the dashboard. I'm not sure. I know the screen sharing is disabled on here right now, but I could put a link. I could send a link over that shows that data in the dashboard. So basically what we did is we got data going back to 2017 for sewer use in millions of gallons. And we've looked at that it was in a monthly averages of millions of gallons of use. And what we've seen is basically every year that number has went up on a monthly basis and on an annual basis. So looking at 2022, it's larger on the peaks than 2021, similar kind of down the line down to 2017. So I think what it follows the trends of most of the other data sources. And I think it was a good data source to include just because it does show that similar trend of increasing use in terms of water usage. I think it's a little bit more there's some confounding factors with it of, as you just generally increase building and construction, that number should go up, but also as you have more people in town, that number will go up. So I think it probably correlates quite well with traffic counts and some of the other counts that we've been using to kind of measure use, because it shows a very similar pattern.
If we can't say that we're busier, what can we say? Why are we doing this? Isn't that the whole purpose, to see if we're busier?
I agree with you. And I just think that the tough part with this report is that we're saying that the people that are coming from in county are either residents or they're visitors.
Or they're workers.
Right.
You in county or out of county?
No, coming from in county, they're either workforce or they're guests. And that it's a share of both. But I feel like all the data in here shows that they are workforce, right? They come during the weekdays, they're coming from south. And I don't understand why we're walking the line so gingerly on this and just with a summary of the data is not concerning.
Well, they're researchers and statistically they can't go out on a limb and tell you what those people are, I think.
But they're saying that if they're using a 3-month rule to determine when people are residents, how come we can't use that same rule to determine if they're living in South Park or in Silverthorne or just visiting from there?
So the people that are included in this are people that are living in there. What we don't know is if they work in Breckenridge. So all the people that we consider residents, we are using that same rule to say they live in Summit County outside of Breckenridge, or they live in Park or Lake County. The only thing that we can't figure out, and this has just been something we've been cautious about because it's hard to suss out, is that when those people show up in Breckenridge, based on the amount of time they stay, it's hard to be able to tell, are they there for work or are they there for fun? I think anecdotally, and like we know that a lot of them are there for employment, but just because we aren't confident in the percentages and being able to split that out because of the nuances of the data, we just know they're showing up in town, but we're not saying how many of them are working versus playing essentially. But they are residents. They are residents of those counties and those communities that are coming in.
And then you're not comfortable enough to say if they're coming here for work or recreation, but in your first conclusion, it says that this highlights the importance of catering to the needs of local and regional visitors while also continuing to attract out-of-state tourists. Are you suggesting that we should be catering to our in-county guests and that we assume that they are coming in for recreation?
I think there's definitely a percentage of them for sure. I think there's people that, because it's a close drive, there's definitely a part of them that are coming in for fun. And I think the point of it is that, just taking into account that people that are visiting Breckenridge and they may be going to, lunch and spending money at businesses, they're a lot of them are out from out of state, but there's a decent share of people just from the local area that are coming in and acting somewhat, some of them acting like a guest would by coming in to recreate. But at the same time, there is some of that employment, a share of them are there for employment, and just recognizing that both of them, they're coming for both purposes. It's not all employment, but it is a chunk of it. But there's a mix of visitors coming for recreation and for employment from those areas.
Jeffrey, if you remember when we were here in January, it did show the visitation numbers. It went up significantly, and then it's been going down in 2022. So 2021 was sort of that flag year.
COVID hangover.
Yeah. And then it's gone down in 2022. So we do have those numbers. This just kind of took another piece of this. So I think we can tie it in. I'm going to send you I apologize that we can't get the dashboard on here. I thought we could do this during our presentation. Peyton's going to send it to you now, the link to that. So you'll have that.
But like if you asked most people on the street that live here, that deal with our community on a daily basis, I think the assumption would be that we're busier. Certainly there's an anomaly, right after COVID because people have been kind of pent up. But I think, from my vantage point, it seemed this year was busier than last year, and this year is busier than 2019. I mean, am I correct?
No, I've heard mixed about this year.
Really?
Gotten that data yet. We are going to do an update and because we do this data seasonally, kind of winter, summer, thinking of doing that, here
could just be
shortly after the season.
Part of the reason for doing this is so that we have scale. We have some answers to that because, the data tells a story. I mean, we made, we're 47% up in total net taxable sales from 2019, but that's due just as much to price increasing. I mean, your restaurant menu prices have gone up 40%, over that 4-year period.
Jay, it's not me. Don't look at me.
I mean, everything costs more,
Yeah.
right? So they got to recoup it, so they're paying more, and then they collect more on that. So there's a lot of factors in this thing, and I still think that bare shelves sometimes get blamed on too many people when it's really a supply chain issue,
right?
And a lot of stuff. So,
and this does give us a baseline
Yeah, I think it's
place to
great.
start, right? We started it after COVID, which is kind of wonky. And so it's not, doesn't give us great information to look back over and say we're seeing trends, but going forward from here, we should be able to see those trends up and down and maybe make changes to how we operate based on those, and whether that's transit, And maybe it doesn't matter if it's Park County people coming over to recreate or to work, but if they're coming over, is there transit opportunities for them so that we get them out of cars?
I think
regardless of what
that's
they're
a
looking for?
really good point. Jake, is it possible to do like a one sheet analysis and just take Summit County out of the analysis?
Yeah, I think so.
Just do that and just make the assumption and then, redo these numbers for all of Colorado and just remove that raw data from Summit County. And we will just make the assumption that even if they are coming to recreate, they still are part of the local workforce for the most part.
Or maybe instead of taking them out, just assume they're employees, their workforce.
But I would like to see what the percentage of Denver is without Summit being 33%.
I agree.
Because then that percentage is going to be significantly higher of the remain, or maybe not significantly, but of the remaining numbers.
I'd like to see that too, but I'd also like to see how much workforce grew. So maybe it's
Yeah.
two separate sets of that.
Just one
That would be
separate
really
graph
useful.
would be.
Sure.
cool to see.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
Awesome.
And I think, from our perspective, what we've been seeing, I think it's definitely, from our original analysis, I would still hold true that things have gotten busier definitely over the last 10 years, but I think there's been different levels of busyness. And I do think we've heard from a lot of communities that 2022, the winter was strong, but the summer seemed to be down in a lot of places. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the winter this year shaped up, because I think that'll be a pretty kind of telltale point of, are we kind of back to normal, or what are we at, now that this winter was really mostly normal compared to a lot of the past seasons.
Right.
The economy, the interest rates, there's a lot of things that play into it.
Yeah.
Snow.
They're kind of getting more normal again,
Yeah.
weekdays in January and, a lot of that stuff is playing more evidently now.
Yep.
I guess I'm struggling with what use this document is and what these recommendations have done for us to develop strategies and initiatives to manage and accommodate the varying visitation patterns. Like, I don't see a lot of value in the document that was given to us. And I guess I'm struggling to find how to use this document to move forward. And with your data changing and you're acquiring it from different places, how does this serve as a baseline? I guess, I can't, based on the conclusions and the recommendations, I don't see that. Like, I don't see how this
And I guess
provides it.
for me, that would go to Shannon's point, which I thought right away, it is a little tough in this document where it's defined as a visitation versus visitors recreating and workforce. But in the end, when we look at decisions we need to make for transit, it's people from the south coming to town. And I think this is a baseline, helps inform our future decisions with transit, maybe a parking lot on the south end of town. So I see this really as a small chunk of the entire dashboard that we're using. And it is, again, interesting that it's visitation. It's not employees, visitors, but that trend will inform our decision. If it's a person coming to work or a person coming to visit from the south, our transit options are still a solution that advance our goals of less cars.
And I think, Jay, if you just take out the Summit County piece, I think all this data makes a lot of sense. So if just past that, let's just assume everybody from the county is working. Just
Right.
make that assumption, or they're going to the mountain, but who cares, right?
Still impact.
We already have transit opportunities for that. What are the other opportunities that are buried in here, knowing that, the majority of our Colorado visits that are not Summit County come from Denver?
Yeah.
And then El Paso, I would never have guessed that. I think there's some interesting data in here. Once you get past that Summit County piece, that will be good for us to watch over the long term. And then, Lucy probably already knows the data from out of state, but that's, you could have guessed that Texas was number one and Florida was number two, but there's some other pieces in this, I think, that are pretty interesting that make this really valuable. I would throw away the Summit County piece.
Well, except for.
Kansas is important.
Very important.
A lot of important people. come.
And it's gonna get more and more valuable each year as we see the trends in my.
Yeah.
and I will just add to Jay, the dashboard that I think Colin created, and then the heat mapping piece that's behind that, I thought was really valuable because it does tell you which days are busier, right? And those are things I think we can use to plan, right, our, whether it's police or it's events or things like that. When we look at where we're busy and where we're not, we have trail counter data that's included, right? I think we included
Yep, trails in there.
count data. So, you know, where are people accessing our trails and how do we use that information to then plan? So unfortunately, I think it's a bummer that we can't see the dashboard.
And I think just to clarify too, this, you know, this resident analysis was meant to be kind of a smaller secondary analysis on top of the larger work. And I think just taking that into account, that what our goal here was really just to look at how do some of the smaller local counties, you know, visit in what we consider visitation, just because we can't separate out employment versus visiting. But I think that as we update the data over time, it'll be more in that format of kind of the overall what we presented originally. So
I'm shocked that more people come from Weld than from Eagle. That's shocking to me. All right, other questions? Guys, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. If anyone has questions, please feel free to follow up with us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, once you get to the dashboard, it's totally different.
Peyton just emailed it to us.
Oh, sweet. I'm gonna take 5. Yeah.
Hard 5,
Hard 5.
soft 5.
Yeah.
I know I agree with you, like this on
Great.
I didn't think you looked like that.
Are you guys ready?
Night last night, the rest of them.
Yeah. Yeah, we are back in session with Himmelstein property annexation discussion. Hi.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Town Council. So this discussion is for the annexation request for 10944 State Highway 9
Yeah.
as outlined.
Mike a little bit closer, kind of tilt it down.
Is that better?
Just talk from the side.
He can't help himself.
Yeah, cool.
So sorry, again, this is the discussion for the annexation request for 10944 Highway 9 as outlined in your packet. The parcel is 0.368 acres and it's located behind the 7-Eleven and is adjacent to French Creek Trail. The landowner is proposing to build an 1,100 square foot garage with 2 800 square feet deed restricted units above it. They would like all associated application fees to be waived, including the transfer of density to the site. The total fees to be waived or requested to be waived are in your packet. So staff just have 4 questions for council. Does council support pursuing the annexation of this parcel for the 2 deed restricted workforce housing units, as well as the large garage to be used for storage and resident parking? If the town council is supportive of the annexation, should the fees, including development fees, building permit fees, and water PIF fees, and the transfer density fees be waived? Sorry, that's the third one. So is council supportive of providing density for the project of the deed restricted units? And then the last one, are there any issues or concerns that the council has with the proposal?
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Just to add that, and Kirsten can probably get more into the details. We're just looking for a first kind of reaction to this, if this is something council, to give some feedback to Mr. Himmelstein. There is a petition process that anyone can take, but this is totally a discretionary decision to the council in terms of actually annexing the property or not.
Can you explain what the county's feeling about this was before we start talking about it?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. The county does not recognize any density on the property. And it's in a plat with the other industrial properties there. And it's identified as open, which they've interpreted as open space. There's never been any density allocated to it like the other parcels. And so there was actually recently just a hearing with the Board of Adjustment where Mr. Himmelstein did challenge that. And the Board of Adjustment from the county upheld the decision 5-0 by planning staff that, yeah, there was no density on it. So right now, there's no density on the property. If he was proposed to come into the town and the council wanted to allow that to happen, the Joint Upper Blue Master Plan has a policy that says the density that's recognized on the property is either the town's land use guidelines or the county's, if it's an unincorporated piece of land, whichever is less. So we would essentially, if we annexed it in, we would be recognizing no density on it. They would have to transfer any density to it.
Would the county allow that also? Would the county allow them to buy from the bank and
the county may, yes, and that's kind of
zoned, right?
Yeah, that's the kind of step that they'd
Okay.
have to go through is to revise the plat and to transfer density.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
All right, did you have anything else to add before we do? Let's ask questions, Jeffrey.
If someone were, this were to go through, would they have to do kind of a widen the road or kind of have a specific egress to get in there? Because I'm guessing it'd be right turn only out, and left turn and right turn only in to get to that property. And would they have to have like a kind of a turning lane or something?
Yeah, I mean, that's something probably Shannon Smith could talk about more, but there is, it appears that right near where that curb cut would be is where that right turn
That's
lane
where it
already
begins,
exists that starts. Yeah.
they have to extend that to the north
Oh, well.
is my question. Just give me a minute.
It's already there to the north.
To the
the
south, I'm
south,
sorry,
yeah.
to the south.
To the south, yeah,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other questions? Yes.
Mr. Himmelstein is virtual on
Okay,
here and he
great.
did have his hand raised if you want to recognize or allow
I
him to
do.
say anything.
Let's finish questions and then
Okay.
he can speak to all the questions that we're asking.
All right.
Or can you talk to what is the current trail easement? Is that in perpetuity? Would it have to be modified just as the property stands? What are,
Yeah, my understanding is we have an existing trail easement through the property for the French Creek Trail there. That's something I talked with Scott Reed a little bit about, and if this was to move forward, we may want to talk with him about further, defining that, possibly even an open space dedication, but that's something for down the road, but we do have that easement in place, and Scott may be able to provide some other enlightenment on that.
Scott? Yeah.
Sorry, just to clarify, what we have is a license agreement. So we have a revocable license agreement across that triangle parcel. So it can be revoked at any time, although Mr. Himmelstein did provide that to us to kind of move it to the south end of the triangle there. That was where he would prefer to see the location of it. So we don't have anything that's permanent or it's an easement in place. So I get, sorry to contrast, but that's what we currently have. We do not have an easement. We have a license agreement.
Excellent. Thank you.
Just the triangle. Otherwise, we have an easement upstream or up French Creek, but it's not
part of any negotiation.
Well, and just to clarify, we do own the adjacent parcel and would that provide access out to the sidewalk there along Highway 9?
Not really, because you've got that really steep cut bank and you've also got a mine shaft and that's right there as well. Things that are kind of precluding that access from
Turning it
working
in.
well as an easement.
Remember that mine shaft.
Scott.
Mark, has CDOT weighed in on this, the possibility of this project?
Yeah, the CDOT is, they've provided an access permit for Mr. Himmelstein. It looks like it was modified. Originally was, I think, for agricultural storage, but he provided us one from December that shows it also recognized residential. I think the square footage is a little different than what's being proposed here, but you could ask him more about that in terms of if that, you can change that or, yeah.
Great. And then with the questions and from the input that is being sought from council, is it a bundle? Is it the annexation and the development agreement or the development proposed, or are we separating the two and weighing in on, are we interested in pursuing annexation? Are we interested in the development?
Yeah, I think they're entwined. It's the two of them together.
I don't think we need it. We don't need a development agreement if we do an annexation agreement, right?
Maybe I will weigh in on this one. So we can hear from Mr. Himmelstein on what his intentions are, which can drive a lot of this, but he could proceed with a petition for annexation, and then later we deal with the land use issues. So they're two separate processes entirely. However, sometimes we do bundle them together because both parties want to negotiate the agreement, the development terms with the annexation process and have them run concurrently.
Thank you.
Other question. Is on the in fee in lieu, is there a precedent on all these fees, the TDR, the development permit fee, building permit fee, and what in the PIFs? Is there a precedent that we forgive those numbers on a two unit deed restricted
We've done it on other deed restricted projects before.
for this amount, this small?
I don't know if we've had one that just had 2 units,
Yeah.
Jeffrey, but we've done it on any number of other projects. The one thing I will say, as far as the density, which is, identified there, that's totally at your discretion, whether you do that or not. And
Mark, is the 2 units just associated with the workforce housing, or is that the workforce housing plus the garage?
I believe it's a whole, for the whole square footage. Didn't we do an SFE calc on the whole thing, Michelle? Yeah.
But staff's not recommending any waiver of fees related to the garage or storage capacity on the lower level. Only the workforce units, the deed restricted workforce units.
The TDR price as well, like he would have to buy density for the garage.
Yes.
Other questions?
Would, if someone was, like, if someone was going to build a 800-foot, is it 2 800-foot units? Yeah, 2 800-foot units. How much parking would be required? Like, in other words, I mean, can we quantify about what percentage of this 1,100 square foot garage would be for the residents and what percentage would be for storage?
Yeah, I think the parking would be, I think it's 1 space per unit.
Yeah,
It could be outside.
it's based on bedroom count.
Yeah. Yeah.
I assume the garage is all for him.
Okay.
Hey,
There's
do you know, it's 1,100 square foot garage, but 1,600 square feet of apartments. How's that? Overhang, or is that?
Or what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. I know it's early in the process. I
Yeah.
just. Last questions, then we'll let the applicant speak. Okay, go ahead, bring them over.
I think it's gonna be there.
I like this way better.
I don't care, whatever you.
You don't care about it.
Was that
whatever you
speak
want
working
us
now?
to do.
Hello,
You're
you're
muted.
muted.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me, and thank you for considering this consideration. To answer some of your questions, I was envisioning an interior staircase for the workforce housing. So part of that would be in the garage. I was envisioning 1 parking place for each of the workforce housing units, and then the remaining portion would be for my Jeep with tracks. There's a question about the square footage, and I was envisioning 1.5 stories above the garage level. So that's how it's approximately 800 square foot per workforce housing. I was envisioning at least 1 bedroom on the upper level and bathroom, and hopefully a small office area that would be open. There's also a question. I do have a CDOT permit, and I did amend it for 2 workforce housing units in anticipation of going this way. I also wanted to mention that Summit County originally said it was open space. They've acknowledged on the record that it's not open space. The dispute with Summit County is, what does the definition of open means? And I've reviewed the plat extensively. I've actually reached out to the original developer. It was over 40 years ago. And his position was he didn't know what he was doing with that side of the creek at that time, because he was putting in a septic system on the other side. So the final plat said open. Summit County Planning wanted it to be common area because they were thinking it was going to be parking for a lot of the parcels on the other side of the creek, which never happened. But so it's an ongoing matter with Summit County. I do believe it's going to get resolved in my favor. I also would like to be a good stakeholder, and I was thinking this would be a better use of the property for workforce housing, offering the 2 units. And again, I would have about 450 square feet in the garage space, versus if I prevail with Summit County, I could just do a carport. But I would like to, and the reason why I'm not doing workforce housing with them is they can't offer water, where the town of Breck can offer water. They do waive density for workforce housing. Is there any questions that I did not answer that you have questions on?
I have a quick question. Jeffrey, go ahead. The office square footage, would that be included in the 1,600 residential, or is that included in the 1,100 1,600 for the garage?
It's part of the 1,600, it's part of the workforce housing. Because I was envisioning on the second level, it would basically be a kitchen, a living room and a fireplace and a rather, roughly about 500 square feet. And again, the stairs is the difference. And then there would be another set of stairs inside each unit that would take you to the upper level where there would be a bedroom and an open area that I call an office area.
So I'm sorry, so the office, would that be for the residents or would that be for you to use or to rent to a small business?
No, it's workforce housing, so it would be part of it would be included as part of the 2 workforce housing units. So I'm only envisioning the only use of the space would be for the workforce housing 2 units. And yes, a garage space for me at the lower level that I could park my vehicle in.
I got you. Thanks.
And again, there would be 2 interior residential parking places where I envision an interior staircase so they don't have to shovel snow to get to their units. So they can pull up, they can go right inside and not have to walk outside. I'm trying to build some high-end units that would have radiant and floor heating, solar panels. I want to do it nice.
Great. Other questions?
I know we're early in the process, but would you be willing to consider a rent cap for those 2 workforce units?
I already did. It was 80%. I'm even willing to negotiate that if you would like it lower than that. But when I talked to Laurie, she thought 80% was where I should be.
Great. Anything else? All right, we're going to discuss this. Stay listening in, and if we have any other questions, we'll ask.
You might ask if he'd be open to a permanent easement for the trail.
Oh, how do you feel about the easement for the trail?
I was going to say that, so thank you. I would support that, so I would have no problem having a permanent easement.
Great. Okay.
And just so you know, I was going to widen it with the license because I wanted the area to be flat. So we would do the same thing for you, that we would make sure it's flat. And there's a sewer easement on that side of the property. It could basically run over that area, and that's not an issue. And I think it would we could widen it to whatever you feel you need.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Any questions for staff? Who wants to go first? How do you guys feel about this? Ben, go ahead.
I appreciate Mr. Himmelstein's offering the permanent easement. I think that would be an important piece to this. I also hope we can try to get something done. I'd love to have a couple workforce housing units, but the curb cut's very problematic to me. I think that would be a unwise place to have a curb cut on Highway 9. And I hope and think there's some options for Mr. Himmelstein to explore other access, whether it be through the warehouses or through French Creek or and try to explore and find another means of access to his property. So far as the waiving all the fees, certainly I think, donating the density and waiving all the fees, I think precedent says we don't always do all of that. And for 2 units, but I think we could negotiate something. I mean, I'm supportive of helping, not doing it all though.
Todd?
I agree with you on the curb cut, Dick. I'd certainly love to see an alternative there, but I don't think it's a deal killer to me. I love adding the trail easement, so thank you for layering that in. Privately building housing and then deed restricting it at 80% AMI cap, I think is that's a win. And I love that it's in the what I'll call like the walkable scale, the human scale of Breckenridge. Like that's an awesome spot to have people, that are workers in our town living, because conceivably they could just walk to work, walk to the ski area. So yeah, I'd love to see this progress and figure out a solution that works for both.
Okay.
I don't have a lot to add, as I agree with both of you, except I do find the curb cut to be more problematic than to a point of being dangerous. And Highway 9 even with CDOT approving it, I don't feel comfortable with it from the flow of Highway 9. And I think the only path forward is to find a different access, ingress and egress for that. And I think that's the huge stumbling block to this. I'd be willing to look at some of the fees that make sense based on the two workforce housing units. But I think first and foremost is to figure out another access point.
Carol?
Yeah, I agree. A public-private partnership to gain 2 workforce housing units. I think that's a win for the community. The permanent trail easement is an important component to me. The curb cut, I don't have as many concerns, but I would love to hear from Shannon and town staff how much of a concern that is. On the fees, I think I would stay consistent with what we have been doing and agree with staff's recommendation to just apply density for the 2 workforce units.
Jeffrey? Yeah, I think we can figure out the fees on a percentage. And I'd kind of defer to staff for that, as I would on this curb cut. I'd like to go look at it again. It's just, when I thought it on paper, when I saw it on paper, I thought it would be problematic, especially because it pretty much the curb cut just starts as when the passing lane comes in. So I'd like to look at that, and I'd like to talk to Shannon about that. But I think if we can be flexible to get two workforce housing units into it, but I think I have some concerns about how it's going to play out with the curb cut and mostly with the curb cut and the fees. I think we have to negotiate. Kelly?
Well, I think because this is such a limited use, 3 car trips, I don't know, multiplied by 5 per day still is only 15 cars coming in and out of that area. I think I'm very reluctant to go the other direction, which would force them across the stream, which I do understand is not pristine in that area. It's certainly surrounded by dredge rock and cut, unnatural cut banks. But I think the best experience for cars is to get them to where they belong instead of like meandering through the back roads of the storage across the creek. I do not see that as a better solution than just going onto Highway 9. I would definitely want to hear what Shannon Smith has to say about that, but that would be my opinion. And I don't agree with all the fee waiving the way it's laid out in this table, but if we could have a better understanding of the percentage that's actually waived for the workforce housing, and that includes water PIFs and TDR, and then what, would remain for his costs, then I would definitely talk about waiving the housing fees and density.
Yeah, thanks to the applicant for even thinking about doing this as workforce. I think if we're shooting for 80% AMI, I'm much more lenient on fees and stuff. If he's only going to be using 450 square feet for his own use, we just carve that piece out. I agree with Kelly on the, it is a terrible part of the highway. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
If you can limit the residents to 1 car apiece through the covenant, then you are limiting the amount of trips that, they are pulling out onto the highway there. The applicant's not going to be driving his car every day. It's a Jeep with tank treads. So that's a winter use only. So it's not like he's back and forth a lot. So you have 2 cars that probably aren't going to be pulling out all that much. Although I would like to hear from Shannon and see exactly what CDOT was contemplating. Other than that, I'm okay starting down the path and researching this a little bit more and letting staff take a stab at this. So, all right. Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dark Sky Community Certification. That's one thing.
Like he was
We're
talking
close with
right
these
to.
faces on there. That part's a little weird. That's for Liberto, if he's listening.
Hello, again. Back in January, we were before, excuse me, we were before you on the topic of dark sky certified communities and whether or not the town had any interest in pursuing that type of certification, which is definitely on the stringent side of dark sky. So it's a level up for sure. Council had asked us to return with some more information as to really what kind of costs we would be looking at on both the public and private side if we went to the certification level. So we are coming back with that. And we've done a lot of research, and thanks to Steve here and Scott Jackman and talking to all these lighting providers and setting up all these meetings, definitely have a lot more information than what's in this memo for sure. So if you have questions, just ask. So we're seeking direction on whether or not we want to go into the community certification program, if we want to hold off and maybe consider making some changes to code in the interim, or if we want to go forward and just do some internal administrative guidelines on lighting best practices for the town itself and how we place lights internally here. So the January memo, I won't go into the benefits really of why going dark sky certified community and those reasonings behind it. But if you have questions, let me know. That was in your January memo. But to start the certification process, it really takes $250 and the application to the International Dark Sky Association, IDA. And in that, they look at our current lighting code, what our proposed changes would be, because we do have, a list of requirements to become certified. And then one of those would be our 5-year conformance plan for our town lights. And then our municipal admin guidelines. So that is sort of what we would submit to them, and they would review that. In that process, we can ask for waivers. It is hard to say what waivers they would grant and or not grant until we actually are in the process. It takes about 12 to 18 months to go through that process. And right now it's in 2018 standards for their certification process. They do anticipate updating that sometime soon. So if we decided to wait and then later had interest, whatever period was, whatever is applicable at that time of application is what we're going to be held under. So I do anticipate that it gets stricter, of course,
right?
Because it almost always does. Then, so if we go under if we were to apply now, it'd be the 2018. They said they probably had maybe under a year until that update happens to that standard. So some of the certifications requirements that we found would need to be waived would be things like, I know Dick had some concerns with holiday lighting and bistro lighting. We're not sure if we would need waivers or not, but we would definitely put them in there if we did. Our holiday lighting actually meets the Kelvin requirements, which is the temperature and things like that. So that was kind of a new information for us too. So for certification, the primary things though are our streetlights. So that's our big ticket items. That's what you see in here. And we have the Providence lighting on page 64 of your packet. We have the Providence does meet the certification requirements now. And that's what you're going to find primarily outside of the historic district. And then you'll have the Wellsbach fixtures, which are sort of our historic character fixtures that are found in the district. And then there are some outside of the district, for example, on Park Avenue. Some of our neighborhoods have them as well. So those Wellsbach are the issue. There's a couple options. We talked to one of the lighting consultants. They believe that they could do some kind of retrofit and potentially get that to meet the certification. But you have to they'd have to try it out and do a lab test and see if that works. So there is an option to continue with the Wellsbach potentially, if desired. Now, that said, we know that the Public Works Department finds that the Wellsbachs are sort of difficult to maintain. There's a lot of pieces and parts to those things.
You can say, hey, we know.
And would prefer to change them out to something simpler. And a lot of them are pretty old and have close to reaching their life expectancy. So there's that piece as well. So there's that piece of if we keep the Wellsbach, that's option one. Option two would be to replace the Wellsbach with the Providence that we already have and have one standard fixture throughout town. That does create some ease of maintenance for Public Works as well, obviously. And then
How many total lights would we have to replace there, Stephen?
There's a total of 1,398 lights.
Wellsbach or total light?
Total lights.
How many are Wellsbach?
About 1,000 of them.
1,000.
A lot of wells.
That's a lot.
Well,
It's just so much waste too.
Is there any, and I don't mean to interrupt you in your middle of your flow. Is there
He's going to anyway.
Is there any grant opportunities? Or is that just a foolish question?
it's
You can tell me.
possible. We have not looked
I
into
mean,
that.
we've seen. How many of our lights have already been converted to LED?
Well, everything was converted in 2013 to the LED corncob bulbs. But since then, we've installed various retrofit kits in 500 of those Wellsbach fixtures. And then the remaining balance of the Providence fixtures, most 95% of those come standard now as we purchase them with an LED plate, like what you see on Wellington Road.
The
Upper-
efficiency is probably already there.
For the Providence.
From the LED versus.
Correct, yeah, and with the Wellsbach fixtures, when we did that original conversion, we went from a 70-watt bulb to, a 23-watt bulb. So really the energy savings, we've achieved that goal.
And that was on how many of them? I'm sorry, 500?
1,000 of them, of the Wellsbach fixtures.
Or they're already converted?
Oh, no. That there's 500 that have been converted.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
500 left.
Steve, in the memo, I thought it was interesting. Many of the Wellsbach are reaching their life expectancy. About how many or what percentage is that?
Really the ones that we've installed these LED plates in are the ones that are starting to reach that end. Because it's a pretty intensive process to install that kit where you have to pull out what was originally installed, drill new holes, self-tapping screws to get those retrofit kit plates in. So now if we were to go through another iteration of that, it's just another process of reworking a retrofit kit into, now the third or fourth different type of light that is in that fixture.
But if we left it alone, then how much longer would those ones that are retrofitted now last?
Good question. I mean, it's really, most of those LED plates will probably see them continue to function for 5 years or so. I've kind of bought them in phases. So some of them are 7 or 8 years old now. Some of them are just a year or two old. So that plays a part in it. But really the big headache with the Wellsbach fixtures is all those components. When the wind blows hard, the pops will fly open, the glass chimney will shatter, After Oktoberfest, you'll find damage to the light fixtures. So there's all those other factors that happen along the way where the plastic lens gets damaged. the
Is it
plastic
a
top
lot at
load.
Oktoberfest? Is that? Yeah.
Do those, what you think?
Vandalism with the fixtures,
Yeah.
and we, fight that a lot.
Fit of the Wellsbach, would that make it downcast compliant? Or was that just,
So
'cause right now the Wellsbach are not downcast compliant, right? Does the retrofit kit make it downcast compliant?
So two things in there. Some of the retrofit kits that we have installed, they are downcast compliant. However, what's inside of that Wellsbach fixture, that glass chimney and that clear lens causes the light refraction back up.
It has to be lab
So
tested.
that's why it's got to be lab tested and truth checked.
'Cause I think
to get
one
the
important
certification.
part of this is to know that like in 2 years, we're going to be mandating that all light fixtures are downcast compliant, not new ones, but all of them, correct?
Correct.
And so I think it's important for us to adhere to our own conformance. And maybe not, it's a hefty price tag, but to apply for the certification, the $250, that isn't.
We're gonna need to talk to Dave about a
Carving out an appropriation.
an
for that.
appropriation for the 250. Yeah.
He's
so-
not that strict.
And I just see that being a huge part of this is, taking the time to, and the staff time to apply for it, ask for the waivers, see how they come back. But also prepare to lead by example with what we're gonna be asking our community.
How much did a Providence cost per head?
The fixture's $2,200.
Good God.
Do you guys have much confidence that there's something that looks a little more like the Wellsbach? And, if we took the option to research new ones, to replace the Wellsbach, that would be downcast compliant, is there? I know we looked before when we bought the Providence, is there a lot more out there now, or?
There are some, it's not gonna look just like the Wellsbach because you can't have that
Sure.
that dome structure that's semi-opaque. That's not gonna work. It really, to be sure that it's gonna be compliant, it should not have any glass below the lens either.
I mean, we being Public Works would find great value in having only one type of light fixture in town. So.
Eric just did the math for me. That's like 2.2 million. Right? If we replace 1,000 at 2,200, I'll give you some time to.
So it's on.
Yeah,
page
yeah.
16.
6 on here.
Laid out some options of that, thanks to Steve and his estimates here, or his calculations. So to retrofit the Wellsbach fixtures in the historic district and then basically take the ones outside of the historic district and convert those to Providence, that was the $2.6 million price tag. To replace all the Wellsbach fixtures with Providence, that would be 3.4. And all these estimates include the dimmers. Yeah, a given requirement for the certification.
Really, because we don't want to mess with the well box as much anymore because they're
That's up to you,
disintegrating.
to you guys, but
Julia, do you think there are any options for either gifting these or reselling them to another town? So it's not just a bunch of waste that's all going into the.
I would say it's definitely possible. I don't know.
Yeah,
if Steve has
it's
any-
certainly a possibility. We've got a couple of government surplus sites that we've listed surplus items like this through Public Works for, and you never know, people come out of the woodworks and need stuff, so. I think that is that is a possibility.
Biggest
Yeah,
concern. I'm fine with getting rid of the light fixtures if it's a problem for maintenance and upkeep.
Can you
I
talk
just don't
about
want it to
the
go to
smart
waste.
city technology? Can that be retrofitted on the Providence, or that's a completely new pole? Like, what is this estimate?
Sure, sure. So we're hoping that some of that can be put into the Providence fixtures.
Mhm.
It's hard to really nail down exactly what those costs are and what you'll get, because it's really what do we want to capture with this smart technology? Do we want to count pedestrians and vehicles? Do we want Wi-Fi broadcasting? Do we want surveillance?
Yeah, all that, especially surveillance.
For sure.
So there's really, I mean, some of these smart technologies can measure pollution that are coming through intersections. So it's really how progressive and how advanced do we want to take that? But that additional cost for that smart technology would be for some pedestrian counting, vehicle counting, and those would be separate poles with separate fixtures. You know, I think we said at a quarter of the poles in town, really trying to capture key areas on Main Street, Ridge Street, Park Ave, the garage, those areas where we're really seeing those traffic and pedestrian flows that we want to.
Do they have to be taller?
Sell it back.
Cause I'm
Um,
not into that.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. So the range becomes a factor. If you've got a 9-foot tall pole and you're trying to capture down the road, you only have maybe 100 or 150-foot distance that you can capture, which is at the intersection of Ski Hill and Main. That works.
Great. yeah.
As you move further out, the light spacing is different. So if you're still trying to capture some of that data, a taller pole might be needed so that it can gather that data.
3 stories, what you always like.
I thought we were getting out of cheaply with the 250 application fee.
Any other questions?
Do you think that applying for this would make it easier for us to enforce our lighting ordinances going forward? I just know that there are lots of things going on now that are not consistent with, and I'm not sure if, I'm pretty sure
We
like.
just need to toughen up.
Yeah. I guess I'm just wondering, like, it still for me comes down to what we really want to do is minimize the light that we're putting off as a town. And for me, I don't care if we have this, certification, but if it's somehow helpful for us to enforce or message, then I think.
And down the same line, Kelly, I mean, would this be a good structure and a good process to help us move the dark sky intention forward? I mean, this process of getting the certification. I mean, are you confident this would be useful, or is it a lot of busy work for you guys?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too.
Well, I think that this would kind of set the stage for the town to lead by example. Kind of walk the talk on this. And it is more sustainable. It has to have dimmers on these things too. So, and you can have motion sensors too. There's a couple different options, and it probably varies where you are in town, what would be best. But then exempting key corridors, like intersections where there's potentially a vehicular pedestrian conflict potential. So there's not a lot of communities that are already certified. There's more communities that are kind of trying to enter this process. Town of Blue River has applied. Durango has applied. The state tourism office has taken an interest in getting more Colorado communities to be certified communities. And so they are kind of pushing that information out through the tourism office there. So I think there's a couple different things. They do see it as a tourist draw.
Yeah.
As well. So a couple.
I think
different
it's something that
reasons.
this council has an interest in, and I'm not sure there's harm in initiating the process. Certainly, it's a big price tag to convert lights, but it's not anything that has to be done in 1 year. And it's, we put, as you look at your 5-year CIP, you're putting out those dollars and trying to address those things like we did when we were retrofitting. That was a several-year project for us to go in and try to do some of that many years ago. So, at least if you get in there and start really looking at this, you'll have a lot more information, I think, to help guide you in the future to see, do we want to go all in or do we just want to take some pieces of it? And maybe, we don't become certified, but.
Or walking down the road at least. I mean, yeah. Let's go to Todd.
So the lights that are out there, they're gonna be obsolete in 5 to 7 years anyways, like they basically fail every 5 to 7 years. Did I hear that right?
In 5 to 7 years, we'll probably start seeing more maintenance needs, replacing drivers, ballasts, things like that with those LEDs.
Yeah, I like the incremental approach to kind of like you had suggested. That's kind of where I'm at on this whole thing.
So yes to the 250 to start it. Okay.
I'm a yes for the 250, here with you guys' support. I mean, I think it will give us some structure and an end goal, whether we get there or not, of trying to walk the talk and trying to really move the needle on the dark sky. Now, here's where I talk out of the other side of my mouth. I like the Wellsbach in the historic district, and sorry, James. I mean, I get it. It's a pain, but it really is a big part of the character of our historic district in my mind. I'm okay with converting, the rest of town. But that one I'd like to research. Can we move some of the newer Wellsbach into I don't know, I don't want to make it harder and I don't want to try to do you guys' job for you, but yeah.
But you will anyway.
No, I stopped. So that's my thought.
I'd like to start the process and see where it takes us. And I think the Providence looks just as nice as the Wellsbach, so I don't care about that.
I think this has a lot of benefits. One of which is supporting the CTO and the BTO with the ability to be able to hang our hat on another thing that I think will provide, granted, assuming we receive the waivers necessary for the bistro lighting and holiday lights and all that, I think that it will provide the framework to move forward in our desire for dark sky compliance. I would encourage you to, if this was to move forward, is to confer with Rec PD and make sure that when the lights dim, that doesn't affect their enforcement or their safety of their officers, things like that, just to ensure that we're addressing all the possible unintended consequences. I think the smart posts are something that we're going to have to look at anyway, with self-driving cars, with boosting cellular signals. And I think that is something that we should engage and really look at and take this time process of certification this next 12 to 18 months to not just submit that and stop thinking about waiting for an answer, but use that time to master plan and game plan how, assuming we get back the positive results or not, how we're going to move forward and what the best uses of the new posts are, and what is coming up with technology and the new uses. And then to Kelly's point, I think the C&D part of this is important, where we really, it'd be nice to find a place that these could be used, at least the ones that still have a usable life. And then just last of all, I think that providing a experience for our residents and our guests to have less light pollution should be a primary concern. I think this is moving in the right direction, so I support it.
Carol?
Yeah, I'm supportive of moving forward with certification. The 250 is negligible. What I want to hear from staff, if it does become too cumbersome, it'd be great to have the certification, but I think the true benefit to this community is the result. So would love to keep hearing from you as we go down that road. With the Wellsbach, what I'm hearing, difficult to maintain, approaching life expectancy. let's move on. I don't think it makes sense to retrofit. And I am interested in the smart city technology, really looking to the future, see what this community needs. If that's an option, we should pursue, or just keep it with the Providence and stay streamlined. I'm supportive of all these efforts. I think it accomplishes great things with parameters on holiday lighting, the Lumens Acre Camp. So yes, I'm supportive of these efforts. So thank you.
Yeah, obviously, I'm into the 250. And like Thomas Edison to the far left, I say rip off the bandage and just go with the Providence, spend a little dough, do the smart holes and stuff. Don't do it, don't spend it all right now, but incrementally start the process going.
Open space.
No, not for open space. Well, this is, I think it will come out of, exercise. Childcare. Yeah. No, I think we have to do that. And we're kind of gonna ask other, citizens to do it. And I do think, I was watching Kevin put the new light into the Wells box, a bulb across from my house, and it is it's a pain in the neck, and the thing's falling apart. And so, yeah, I'd do it. Let's just, go big or go home.
Yeah, I think we spend the money and start the process. I would like to start shrinking the footprint of the Wellsbach until it's in the end just the core, and then get rid of them entirely. If you have 500 that are already retrofitted, if you can move those and start getting rid of some of the outliers, Park Avenue, et cetera, and go to the Providence there, I think that's fine. When we did Dark Sky the first time, when Dave Rossi brought it, the argument over the Wellsbach was really unbelievable. I mean, it was a pretty big outcry from the community that we were even considering going to a different light fixture. But it's been a long time now, and those fixtures have been up, and I'll guarantee you, most people don't know that there's a difference. If you ask most people and ask them what our lights were like in town, I'll guarantee you most people don't even know anymore. So I'm okay with starting to phase them out. I mean, they don't have that much life left in them anyway. So I'm okay slowly shrinking their footprint and then eventually just going to all Providence. All right.
Okay.
Good deal. Thank you. Mud? There's mud. Honestly, to the council, I would say we just need to be tougher when people come and say, I know you told us we were gonna have to get rid of these lights, but
In 10 years.
in 10 years, but we can't, we're too poor. We just gotta, if we want to do this, we just gotta stand up and do it. So. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, lottery time. Do you have a spinning board, or is it ping pong balls, or
Age matches.
cage matches? Good.
Well, thank you. We're back. As our memo states, we are looking for feedback from town council on the upcoming lottery for the Stables Village neighborhood. We have, as we've prepared for this lottery as a team, we have engaged with our equity partners such as FERC, Mountain Dreamers, Growing Together. And also we worked with Mac Russo here in town to use the new equity and inclusivity lens to make sure that we are looking at our priority parameters through that lens and keeping in line with our town goals. So the two priorities that we have proposed to the town for this lottery is number one, an extra entry for a person working in the Upper Blue Basin. This is to reduce our in-commuting as much as possible. Second to that is an extra entry for a person who has lived or worked in Summit County for 10 years or longer. That would give any one person a max of 3 entries into the lottery.
Questions? Answers?
How did you arrive at 10 years?
So we met with, as Corey mentioned, FERC, Mountain Dreamers, and Growing Together. Carol was there with us, and it was a great meeting. We did go back and forth quite a bit on 5, 7, and 10. We landed on 10 at kind of everyone, our equity partners, I guess, their guidance, because they felt like once you hit that 10-year mark, you're definitely committed to staying here. And then just from the demographic of the missing middle, I think that's that. Again, not to necessarily dive into exact ages, but that's more of that like 30 realm, starting your family, things like that. And just with this being that missing middle project, we're expecting less first-time home buyers in this one than move ups and things like that, that I think that will help those people leverage their time here. And we did actually add in from the living, we wanted to add the working for anyone who, for example, kind of got priced out and is driving from Leadville or anything like that.
Yeah, I definitely like that. And then did you have strong feelings about having a maximum of 3 balls in the lottery?
Yes, I think that kind of more came out of speaking with the Summit Housing Authority. It just felt like as we just getting more and more, just narrowing it down to a maximum of 3 would be helpful for them. And it just gets a little bit less convoluted, especially in terms of proving how long you've been here or things like that. Because we did discuss, well, if you're at 15 years, do you get an extra one at 20? But it just felt like that was pushing it a little bit too much to have too many balls.
I did like a ball, a one every 5 years. I thought was would really.
I actually think that would get the missing middle a little bit better than 10 years. I think 10 years is a very long time. And I think a lot of people make that decision at 5 years, you know, like professionals who've gotten a lot of skills over those 5 years and whatever they've been doing for the community.
So if
I
you
would be
kept, are
interested.
you proposing that instead of doing it at 10, you would do a ball at 5?
Well,
Would you
every
give them a second ball
5.
at 10?
Yep, and then 15 and then 20.
Yeah, but maybe to compromise not having too
Yeah,
many, it's
Just cap it out.
with a maximum of 4 balls or something, not to exceed if, I don't know.
Yeah.
If they're worried about,
If we would get like 8 of them in there, I think that'd be great.
I mean, they've got to prove, I don't, the housing authority has to prove whether it's 5 years or 10 years, they've got to
Why?
show it. So I don't know what the difference is
Housing
there.
authority do this.
Well, because they help us with some of that stuff. That's a little, you know, part of what we get out of them is looking for eligibility. They're looking at eligibility requirements when it comes to if it's an AMI unit, et cetera, right? Are they helping with that?
They are.
There's a heavy lift, Eric, on the whole qualifying process and the application process and the phone call. So
And Smith Ranch went through that too, right?
yeah, I
So-
think it's really valuable to have them involved in that early piece to just qualify, get the list of who's eligible. And yeah, the auditing alone on that is brutal and certainly wouldn't want our staff to deal with that.
And their feedback is really to keep it as simple as you can if you're going to go to a priority realm with a lottery. And so to really focus on what your goals are for that particular project, which is what we did with the inclusivity lens. But from SCHA and from talking to Silverthorne, it really is focus on your main priorities and use your main goals for that property and then use your priority effectively. So and you know, they do like to keep it simple and not have somebody that could have eight different entries into this. So to keep it as small as you can, but still address those priority options.
Hey, can you combine your balls? Like, in other words, if a husband has 4 and the wife has, you know, like if is it cumulative for his husband and wife or?
No, if they have to, it's a household, so they have to apply together.
No, but I'm saying that if a husband's there 15 years, so he gets 3, the wife's been here 5 years, she gets 1, do they get 4 balls?
No, they just get 3.
Oh, so the highest.
In the
gets
household,
it.
yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
And from the meeting with for Mountain Dreamers Growing Together, we did bring up like that 10-year mark, if that was too much, too high of a bar. And I mean, the reaction was pretty instantaneous. They're like, no, these are the communities we've served. They've been here for a decade trying to make it work. And it does illustrate that commitment to this community. Cool.
I think the first 5 years does too. It's the first 5 years are the hard ones.
I do think it's important to to look at the rental properties that we've brought on board and the ones that we have coming on board in the next 1 to 2 years. I think our focus on those has really been that 1 to 5 year mark, in getting people to have an option when they first arrive in town, where they could stay for the next 3, 5, 7 years. And I think that was part of looking at the 10-year looking at a for sale property, and having that as a benchmark, because we do have more options now and will in the next year and a half with Alta Verde 2 and Justice Center to help with alleviate that problem around that 5-year mark.
Are we looking for a system that is a lottery system for this project specifically, or is this something that you see? Does it make sense to have multiple lotteries with different rules for a lot of different projects? Or are we trying to craft one that is one size fits all with future projects and what we're looking to do? Does that make sense?
It does. And we did talk about that. Based on our work, especially with the equity and inclusivity lens, it was really important to look at it by project, instead of having just a blanket lottery priority. We'll have blanket lottery requirements, but the priority should really come from the goals of the project, not necessarily just something the town says should be for everyone, because a project that has maybe meets a lower income might have a different goal than this current one. And so that's what we propose going forward, is that each new project would have a separate potential for priority.
Gotcha. And the proof and definition of worked or lived in Summit County, or proof and definition of working in Upper Blue, how does that, I know you said that that's going to go to the housing authority, but how do you see that taking shape? If someone was here for 3 years and then went home to Chicago to take care of their family and then came back, and it's like, doesn't it get a little murky of how to aggregate all that data? And, you know, are we gonna need to hire a consultant to help us with that? And like, how does that look?
I think SE, the Housing Authority, has had a lot of experience with Smith Ranch and some of the other lotteries. They're very fluent in how to manage that type of data and that type of information. So we would be leaning on them for that. And anyone that I think would, a situation like you mentioned, where maybe it was cumulative 10 years, but wasn't consistent, had some breaks in it, they'd probably come to us to review that with them, to make sure that we felt like it met the goals. But it is something that they're ready and willing to do and have a lot of experience with. So I think we'd have to heavily rely on them for the lottery, for processing the applications to be in the lottery. And obviously anyone that qualifies, that qualifies to be an owner, and that still gets one entry. So we're not discounting that part. It's really just how you get an extra bonus entry.
And speaking to that, that was my last question of the initial eligibility. More and more of our in-town jobs are remote work, even some at town. And I think we've spoken about not having remote work be eligible to be part of that 30 hours in county. Does that change if the remote work is for an in-town business?
We would still go to the definition we have in our deed restrictions, which is working for an entity that is located in and serving Summit County. So if that did involve some remote work, they would still be allowed to purchase here. But it does mean that they are fully serving the county for those 30 hours. And so that's very important to the application process as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay. Carol? Comments?
I'm supportive with how it's presented. I think hearing from staff, let's keep it simple, 3 balls max. One of you qualify, 1 to advance town goals of less commuting, so work in the Upper Blue, and then that extra for being thoroughly invested in the community by having a presence for 10 years. So I'm supportive as present.
Okay.
As am I. I think that the only thing I have to add to that is you know, when we sit here and discuss it and think about, well, what if we did this and did that and move this around? It seems to make sense, but this needs to make sense and feel fully transparent to our community. And I think the more that we try to hone in and get it just perfect, I think it kind of makes it a little murky for the people we're doing this for. And I'd really like to keep it simplistic, not only for the administration of it, but also for the transparency and communicating this to our community.
Jeffrey. Yeah, I think this is a good process and well done. And I can find no fault in it. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, you know, because I'm trying to get people to spend money on the lights.
Yeah. I apologize for not being in housing last a couple of weeks ago. But because I could have had this talk then, but I'm still every 5 years. I'm comfortable with compromise of having a cap at 4. I'd probably prefer 5, but I could live with 4. But I like the 5 years. Well, a ball for each 5 years. Other than that, I think it's great.
Rick, I like the 4 entries. I love the extra incentive for the 5 years as I think about employees are kind of in that like, yeah, 5 is a long enough investment in this community for me to get a little bonus and love an extra bonus for the 10. So yeah, also appreciate trying to keep it simple for SCHA.
I'm gonna go with the 10 years. Being that it was vetted with our partners, and I also think like, if you've been trying to get into a house here for 10 years, you should have the best chance possible, and that's gonna narrow the field quite a bit.
That's what we said.
So I'll go with that. But thank you for doing this, and can't wait for these to come online.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to see a ball for every month that you've been in. How many bikes?
Lottery. How many
Ball for
e-bikes?
every bikes you own?
Including e-bikes.
Not including e-bikes, no. I prefer the 5 years, but since this is only going to be for this project, I'm okay you doing it like it is, and then let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I do think the 5-year mark is pretty important though, because those people have potentially been living in a rental for 5 years, and that's I think when people get a little antsy to try to find something else. So
That's true.
I'm glad that Housing Authority is doing a lot of the work. So I don't want to push them too much. But I would like to have a conversation the next time that maybe we do move to 5 and then 10.
Yeah, I'd like to see those numbers because we'll have that information.
And we'll
anyway,
know
right?
after this one.
Yeah.
So great
I think
job.
we can also, since that's a big part of the discussion here today, I think at our information session on May 11th, that we, as the housing staff, start to engage with that particular question to see how much of a barrier it is for people. So I think a lot of the phone calls we field in the office are the people that I don't know enough people in Wellington to buy a house. I've been trying to buy for 10 years. And those do outweigh the people that are looking for that 5-year mark.
Mhm.
And so that's how we saw that too, in addition to our equity partners. But I think that session on May 11th, we can start to personally ask questions to people on, is that withholding, is that going to be a barrier for them, or do they feel it is?
Awesome.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
We have Building Hope Youth Program update.
These are people. They have a time limit. Wonder how we done, like, put names in the hat?
No, Todd
Is it
would
like
know.
the old, with the K's? I want Jeffrey to draw the first ball.
Yeah.
All your balls.
I like to plant the seed. I like to plant the seed with you guys and then walk away.
The way.
Okay, get it.
Carol was so convincing.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Today to talk
Hi.
about Building Hope. You all had brought up some questions over the past few months about mental health, particularly as it relates to youth. And so we thought it would be a good idea to have Kellen come in, talk a little bit about what Building Hope is doing and specifically focus on some of the youth programming.
Great. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me tonight. So I'm with Building Hope, and this is just our mission statement, and wanted to highlight that a lot of our work and majority of our work in the last couple of years in particular has been really made possible by the partnerships that we have in the community, through the town, through
The mic closer to you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Through the towns, through the county, and bringing in new partnerships as well. And so it's really been important to us to be able to help sustain the community and build the community system of mental health care without having to compete with other nonprofits or other entities in the community. And so I just wanted to highlight that we have done a lot of issuing of scholarships in the last year and into 2023. In particular, you guys are most interested in the youth resources here in the community. We've seen a real uptick in our youth support and how many people are accessing scholarships through Building Hope. And the way that our scholarship program works is by issuing scholarships to anyone that lives or works in Summit County, and that identifies financial barrier as a barrier to care. We don't ask for any financial statements or income statements. We just ask if that's a barrier. And then if it is, we do try to align people with their insurance providers, but a lot of times the insurance benefits for mental health are not very great, or we don't have providers, or there's some sort of issue or specialty care that a person needs that makes it difficult to use their insurance. And so we issue those scholarships and we try to align them. We have over 100 different providers now in our Building Hope network, and that started at about 40. And so now we've risen to over 100. We're also partnering with Eagle Valley and Vale Health Behavioral Health. And that will open the door to about 100 more different therapists, and they're going to accept our scholarship and we will accept theirs. So that will be a cross community, cross valley partnership that we're really excited about. And those pay for up to 12 free sessions of care. And we do see that people on average use about 6 to 8 of those sessions. We do have some people that request more than 12, and we never really say no. We just sort of make sure that that access is there. New in April 2022, we worked in partnership with the SMART team, which is our co-responder team here in Summit County, to develop the immediate access program. We really recognized that.
Can you move that
Oh, yeah.
thing up? So.
Oh, sure. Gotcha.
There you go.
Thank you. The immediate access program is meant to help people who are in need of immediate access to therapy. We were working with the SMART team and really recognized that they would have a number of people that they would make contact with that didn't meet criteria for needing out of inpatient hospitalization or out of county care, but they did need help right away. And they would contact providers, or they would contact our clinics, and they would have a wait list of at least a week or 2 weeks, and not be able to see those clients right away. And so they came to us and they asked if we could do anything to help support that. So we went to the Strong Future Committee, and we were approved to start the immediate access program, which means that we at Strong Futures and Building Hope pay for 4 different therapists in the community to hold a slot in their calendar every day of the week. And so through Monday through Sunday, we have at least 1 appointment that's available in the community for those immediate access needs. The SMART team can refer to that program, FERC can refer to that program, the school district. And we have seen, I didn't pull out the number of youth sessions because I didn't have enough of that data, but I could find out how many of those sessions are youth particular. I do know that the Summit School District is using these quite a bit for when their clients are in need. The school-based health center can always access that. The way that that works is we have a shared calendar that all of the partners have access to. The therapists have an open slot on their calendar, and the person who's with the client right then and there can make that appointment for the person. And then they notify the therapist with an encrypted email, and then they phone call to get in touch with them and let them know that they have an appointment scheduled. So then that person is seen, and the people can be seen for 3 to 7 consecutive days. So 1 in a row if they need it. And then we also help with the case management around making sure that they are in ongoing care after that stabilization happens. And so that's really been helpful to the SMART team to be able to keep people in the community and not have them go outside the community for support outside. And we have seen that increase of up to 75% of those sessions are now being utilized. It was a slow start to begin with because we had the parameters were really strict around people needing to be in active crisis. And now it's kind of flushed out a little bit to be somebody who really just needs to talk to somebody quickly, and it needs to be a mental health professional. And so we've expanded that. And so we're seeing the usage go up a lot. This is our youth continuum of care, and just kind of giving you an update on where we are with all of these different resources. We start with the high acuity care. We have in-home, that's like the in-home appointments that are made, multiple touch points a week. We have Savio House right now, who does have a therapist that accesses Summit County. We don't have one currently in Summit County, but they are able to come to Summit County and do those in-home visits. And we also at Strong Future just approved for Youth Connect, which is an in-home service that also has case management, behavioral health modification, and therapeutic consultation, as well as psychiatric component as well. Then we also have Mile High Behavioral Health, which is an EOP, and that is multiple touch points between group therapy, family therapy, and individual therapy as an outpatient level. And those are just that one step down from inpatient to outpatient, but still having multiple touch points instead of once a week. Then we go into the school-based health and the outpatient therapy, private provider community, and that looks more like that one session a week or one session every other week. It's a little bit less invasive, less intensive as that continuum goes on. And then we also have outpatient groups with that group support, where clients can go together and youth can go together. We have Wild Youth Passages, which is an experiential program that I hope most of you guys are aware of, but it's an individual group. Sorry, not individual, but group therapy. And then they also have an individual component to it if they need it. And they also have components of family therapy when necessary as well, but they do a lot of experiential therapy with the ropes courses and hiking 14ers and going on hut trips. And they do partner with all of our local partners to do that. And then we have the HYPE, which is our pro-social activities, which is down the continuum of care to just that preventative measures that we do. And the HYPE is with the Building Hope, and we do that in terms of our connectedness events and kids get together. That was started in 2020 in response to the 2 youth suicides that we had at Summit High School, just to get the kids together. We didn't know if that was going to stick around or if it was just going to meet a need at that time. And it has really continued to develop and continued to go really well. There are also just some of the youth programs that are out there in the community. The middle one is for the EOP done at Mile High Behavioral Health. And then the high school LGBTQ+ support group is a new one that's facilitated by Youth and Family Services, and Wild Youth Passages, which I mentioned. And then these are just some highlights around what we've done as far as our community connectedness events, our trainings, and then our youth program specifically. We've had over 150 events since May of 2020 for those young people, probably closer to 2,000 kids that have participated in those now. And we do a lot of mental health trainings in the community between QPR, which is Question, Persuade, Refer. That's a suicide prevention specific training, mental health first aid, and mental health navigation, which is really our local training that we do to different community groups, restaurants, different organizations, whoever will listen to us. All of these things are free. And we talk to, like I said, anyone who will listen. And then this is just some of the quotes that people feel about our community connectedness events. We get really strong attendance at those, do things like yoga, biking, hiking, art classes. And then same thing for the young people. They do a lot of fun things, paddle boarding, rock climbing, the ropes course, art classes once a week. That's probably the most popular for the HYPE kids too, is the art class with Miss Fisher. And then our mini grants, this is really to just promote more educated professionals for mental health in our community. So we do a lot of work around our private practice professionals and our clinics in the community. The mini grants will pay for professional development trainings, so specialized trainings such as EMDR, play therapy certifications, and then supervision. It can be really expensive to become a mental health provider. And so you need to pay a lot of money to your supervisor when you're in supervision and getting your licensure. And so we will pay for those people to get their supervision. There is an agreement that they stay and work in Summit County for up to 2 years after they're receiving that grant. And then recently we started a behavioral health education fund, which takes the mini grants a step further and allows for up to $10,000 to go to further education, such as a master's degree or a bachelor's degree in a mental health field. Again, having that work stay in Summit County. So trying to build and grow our own here. Volunteer peer program, we have a line that you can call at Building Hope and get connected to a peer person. And that's somebody who has a lived experience with mental health, and they are trained in how to, communicate and tell their story and advocate and be there for a person going through a mental health challenge. Those are also connected together. So if somebody's interested in meeting with somebody one-to-one and having coffee or going for hikes regularly, they can get connected with somebody that has a similar lived experience. And then some of our upcoming projects with Mountain Strong, that's a new software program that we're implementing. That's in partnership with Vail Health Behavioral Health. We've done a lot of work with them over the last several years. Building Hope Scholarship Program was essentially developed and created in Vail Valley as well. Just given our scholarship program success, they created Olivia's Fund. And now they developed a software to make that scholarship issuing really easy on the client, easy on the professionals, and easy on the billing. And so now that has been developed, they're giving it back to us as sort of partnership and thank you for free. So we're getting that which is going to make our lives at Building Hope immensely better and easier, as well as our providers here and our clients who can sign up online to get a scholarship and then choose their therapist right online. And then the Soul Center, which you guys know about, is obviously continuing an upcoming big project for us. And the Vail Health Behavioral Health partnership continues to grow. They're doing case management services now in Summit County, which has been a really big missing gap for our mental health field here. And they're also doing where their providers are able to practice in Summit County and Summit County in Vail County as well. So we're expanding our network twofold. So we're excited about that. And that's all. Any questions?
Questions?
I wrote down these numbers for 22, 534, for 23, 42. I don't know if that was scholarships. It was one of your first slides.
Okay.
But
I think it was youth scholarship.
youth scholarship, but is 23 tracking to be as high as 22 with 534?
Yes.
It
Over.
is.
Yeah. So 2023 to now, so starting January 2023 to now, there's been 208 scholarships. And 2017 to 2022, there's been 2265.
So we're on track.
Yeah.
And the percentage of these sessions that are live or teller?
Mhm.
Are they-
I don't know the exact percentage of live versus telehealth, but I would say that probably majority are in person at this point. We do have a lot of Spanish speaking therapists that we work with that are telehealth because we don't have as many in Summit County. We are working on that, but we do have the opportunity, and we've had several Front Range Spanish speaking therapists come up for a day or two, and they use our Building Hope office and meet with their clients in person. So then they can at least have a face-to-face touch point, which has been really helpful for the clients.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Dylan, you guys, we've used it and
Yeah.
and as an employer, it's just incredible. And I can't thank you enough. It's, I've seen it work. It's great.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you. Mhm.
Golf course and Nordic update.
As Patrick is making his way down here, I think there, in the memo that you got from Patrick, there's some really good information that highlights this past Nordic season, also our golf season and some of the successes we're seeing. Probably where, and I certainly don't want to lose sight of thanking him for the work that's been going on and running everything out there from Nordic to golf and what a good year we're having. But then also I think we're going to hone in and talk a little bit about logos and what there's looking like. And I will take a little bit of responsibility because Patrick had talked to me probably over a year ago and had just really felt the need to refresh the logo. I mean, the logo that is associated with the golf club out there is probably, I don't know for a fact, but it's the same one for at least 20 years that I've been around. I don't know if it's the original one. That was, even though it's a municipal course in the past, it was run a little differently. And so they kind of had their own thing going. And Patrick just felt that logo was dated and need refresh. And I said, well, look at it, make sure you run it through your advisory committee. Let's get buy-in. Let's see what we're doing. But I think part of the discussion we're going to want to have here with you and that, and certainly some of what we heard back is how much, and we have some other things going on with the rec center too, where they're marketing and pushing out programs, and we're creating a logo for those things that aren't. This is not incorporating our adopted town logo because it's a little flashier, more marketable, whatever the reasons are. It's not, it's not incorporating this into that. And so, I think we're gonna have a little bit of a discussion and see if we gotta bring this back on course here.
So I'll go first because I really brought this up today. When we did the logo refresh, which was a big process, the whole point of it was that gets used for everything. It ties together everything we do as a municipality, and it was really important. And I was a little bummed when I saw these that we're going to start straying again from that vision of this logo gets used, at least gets incorporated in everything. I'm not saying it's the main thing, but that was part of what we had talked about when we went through this. If you'll remember, the old logo was the old building top that, looked old, and we went through a fairly big process to get to where we were and adopted this logo. And one of the problems before was every department had their own logo and it was just wildly different. So that was one of the reasons that we did that. And I just, if the council doesn't want that, that's fine. But that was where we were. That was the track at the time. So I wanted to, and then I have other concerns about this logo in particular, but I'm not a fan. I won't lie. I just don't. I think this doesn't speak to anything that you do at all the great work you do at the golf course. But the logo piece is really more important to me, that, that consistency of message that we have. So that's the genesis of this.
And I didn't want to I don't know if you have a couple other things you want to add or you've been looking at this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through some examples, and again, I'm nothing to discount.
Kind of like you go to a
anything.
game.
If get 10 lottery balls out of this, I'm gonna be great regardless. You approved the new 9 up there in the Highlands you guys don't know about yet. So I understand. And I mean, we run the Nordic Center over at Gold Run, and we utilize the town of Breckenridge logo, and the recreation center as well. The golf is where you get into kind of a gray and a funny area because it's more of a marketing ploy. We are obviously an enterprise fund. We're a revenue generating business that is counting on merchandise sales as opposed to sales tax, as opposed to, property taxes, whatever we want to call it. So we have to kind of keep in mind where we want to focus our consumer attention to. And, the thought process with the mining is the property where the golf course sits on is a very big significance of our area, of where we're at and where we started and where we're going and so on and so forth. And so that was the inspiration behind that. We did hire a firm out of Toronto, Canada, that had an ample amount of marketing experience. I did provide in the memo some other examples. Helen might throw those up, of some other clubs that utilize the Word document. And this is area clubs. So you're talking about the Club of Cordillera, which has some private and some public. When there's not too much of a golf theme, I'm not really sure what the bird represents of that area. Keystone Ranch, again, two fantastic golf courses in our area. The Raven, obviously, we're sitting right next door to them as well. Red Sky Ranch, two courses, one's private, one's public. Eagle Vale, which is rebranded 6 or 7 times that I can remember since growing up as a kid. Eagle Ranch Golf Club is pretty much as simplistic as it gets. And then we're getting into the high-end privates. You're looking at Colorado Golf Club, which uses a paintbrush, flower out there on their property. Castle Pines, which I've had the privilege of working at, they utilize the double hummingbirds. Cherry Hills is iconic. They're hosting the United States Amateur Championship this year. And Eagle Springs, which is a high-end private over in Walcott. So looking at golf club logos and going back to where it's not necessarily as significant to their area or to what they're trying to accomplish. They're trying to get something that's marketable and brandable, and they're trying to get something that they can reach out to their customer base and really kind of hit a home run in all sorts of marketing ventures. If we're using the mining element, which was favorable amongst most everybody that I had spoken to, with the exception of Your Honor.
Not the mining theme, it's the execution.
And I understand, and I understand where you were at, and I did have a really quick, good poll. The Republicans agreed with you, Democrats did not. So
Find that hard.
so anyway, like I said, I just need 10 lottery balls out of this. That's all I'm looking for. So what we did is we incorporated the mining cart and then the 10-mile range as the ore in the cart, taking Quandary going back as far as we could. The original specs of this logo were a little bit smaller, and the detail was so intricate it would not embroider well. And so we expanded the width of the 10-mile to just kind of our general left view of Quandary to the right. And then, put the tracks. We have 2 different brandable logos right there that we could use the track in some and use them in another. Most clubs are utilizing this. They're utilizing just the logo without verbiage. And then they're kind of doing an alternate logo that are going apart. I'm not suggesting we're high-end private, nor am I going to feel that way when July 4th comes. But in terms of what we want to be able to refresh and kind of move forward with the logo, it was a favorable logo, and I get it. I totally understand. It's the previous logo I think is outdated. Most of my vendors that are merchandising are of the stance that there's too much depth. There's just not enough clarity, and it looks 1980s Denver Nuggets logo. So we're a standalone business.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
But I don't disagree.
I know.
But it's a standalone business. We have our identities, and most other, towns and cities are really trying to kind of get something unique and something completely different. And the logos that you saw on the previous slide, a lot of mountains, a lot of birds. Our first rendition that came up with like a strong moose. And I was like, all right, what do we got? The moose, the elk, the beaver, the bear. I mean, where do we zoo? So we decided we had to come off of that and kind of go to something a little bit more historic. So that's the sole purpose of that. We can rename some of our events around a mining theme, which I think would go a long way, as opposed to just calling it a member guest or calling it a club event. We're here to take your advice as well. So
Let me interrupt. I know you've been Nordic skiing and you look excited, so I know you're not going to have a heart attack because you're the new lean and mean Patrick.
You don't know that.
I like it. I like the one with the railroad tie underneath. I wouldn't want every department to change the logo to suit their to suit their customers, but I think in a golf for that, people will buy the new logo because they have the old logo and they have more money. So they just buy it. And I think it's a good look. So.
Raising standards, we're raising quality out there.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
we're
yeah.
we're raising the bar, especially. I mean, municipality golf course, this is not, this is a high-end resort golf course. Call it what you
So
want.
maybe just,
At all with BTO? Did you run this by them or?
I actually went over to the Historical Society and met with her, and we had an hour-long conversation about the purpose of what I was trying to do and what we were trying to do, go on the historical route. It was not BTO, but did consult some history and here in Breckenridge, and with the purpose of possibly gaining some artifacts, if this were to go that way, to gaining some old historic artifacts and kind of using that as our entrance, in our entrance, our porte cochere and a signage.
Is really cool, like to the mining town. I mean, that is, and Breck history. I love that you touch base with them. I just think that BTO might be able to work with this and freshen it up to make it a little more modern and catchy. This to me, I mean, I understand like you're going back to the history, but I think this just is a little bit old fashioned for Breckenridge. And I think probably the BTO would have some really great ideas for you if you wanted to work with them.
I think we can consult them as well. If that's of the opinion, I would be happy to do that.
Curious, Kelly, what do you see as old fashioned? The mining theme or the?
I mean, I think it looks old fashioned.
Okay.
Like the mining theme is fine. I think that they could do that and make it look cool instead of kind of attractive to. I mean, I know that you have maybe a different clientele than might be in other areas of Breck, so it doesn't have to look like, catchy to a high school student. I understand that, but I do think that they just have a lot of experience in that area with the Breckenridge.
So you're saying like a little fresher, but with the mining theme?
Yeah.
With the Breckenridge brand. This is my concern of having different logos, different carpets, because you're going to get all of our opinion and we aren't experts. We all think we are, but we're not. And you're going to get 7 opinions up here on what we want your logo to be. And it's kind of why we went to the consistent logo. Now, that being said, this is an enterprise fund and it is an important component to our brand and our business. So I like that I'm assuming you talked to Larissa at Breck History. And
Yeah, I did.
I think that's awesome. I think it's probably a good idea to pick get Lucy's expertise at the BTO a little bit. But I'm concerned with, I mean, we have to wear a lot of hats up here and to be logo experts on top of that, that's concerning to me.
Tagging along on that, which I think goes back to Eric's point, is the consistency. Someone sees this, they don't know that it's town run. It could be a private golf course. And I think at a high level, we take pride in all of our departments, be it golf, open space and trails, sustainability. I think we want our town brand on it. We want people to know that it's town run. So bringing it back to that higher level, how Eric started this conversation, I think it is, what do we want to do at that high level? Do we want to brand our?
Which is, I mean, it's one thing to sit here and try to design the logo, but the real question is, is it important? Because if you look at what they're already putting out, I mean, you got, this is the Race Breck series that the recreation center is doing, and nowhere on here is the town logo.
Yeah.
They're already embroidering the hats and that, and this is, they're trying, this is their.
Looking hat.
I think the important thing, kind of one of the important things to think about is, we have the flagship of the town and the town logo, but there are certain events that we can offshoot from. And I certainly am 100% supportive of golf offshooting from the town of Breckenridge logo to a club, like a golf club logo. something that again can be marketable. If you're looking at like Race Breck right here, it's, you know, another option you could put the town of Breckenridge logo on the back or on the side and then have your own logo for an event or, you know, or like I said, for the golf club or whatever you guys wanted to do. So you can definitely offshoot. And a great example that I heard last night is, you know, you're speaking over in Todd's realm is you got, you know, Kroenke Sports Entertainment, the KSE logo is the flagship logo of that company. And then you've got all the teams below it that have different logos. It's a yes and no. I mean, it's definitely an opinion based decision, and we're doing it in the best interest of what the golf club needs as a refresh, as a marketability standpoint, and to kind of take it kind of to the next level, especially with a lot of the stuff that we're doing that I'll touch up on here in a couple minutes. As we go forward, you know, we wanted to remember the past, but also wanted to get something that was, you know, that had a little bit of an icon, you know, for the area, especially where the golf course sits and the land it sits on right now. So, you know, my whole point was to garner the blessing of everybody up here. And
got me.
and I only got Jeffrey, which you know,
Wait for me. You know, boys,
Yeah,
you're in line.
yeah.
You know, one of my questions is, do we, more to the higher question of, do we want our logo to be everywhere on different departments? Do we sell merchandise with the Town of Breck logo in any outlet, whether it's the ice arena or
Water bottles.
about it? Because to me, I don't know how this is gonna come off, so bear with me, but like
Terribly.
probably when you see the Town of Breck logo on Todd's shirt, or you know, on like it's part of like it's being like invested in the town in what you do, either volunteering or you can't buy it. Is my point.
Yeah.
You can't buy our logo that you have on your lapel. And so in this, I almost find it the fact that it's different to be appealing to me, because I don't want someone to be able to just buy our logo. Like, you have to earn it to a certain extent. You have to work here, you have to volunteer, you have to be part of it. And so in that manner, in that, I guess, in that spirit, I'm very supportive of it.
Yeah, I'll back on that. I mean, we brought Patrick in to run the golf course, and that's his expertise, and you know, where he's spent a lifetime of growing knowledge, and I think he's really good at his craft, and I kind of want to let him run and see what he comes up with. I like Kelly's idea of maybe a little fresher on that, but I love the theme, and maybe, you know, to me, it speaks to opportunity to tie into Breck history and maybe tell a little bit more of that story. I like what Jay said about, you got to earn the Town of Breck logo, and maybe there's a way on the back to put, you know, like proudly a Town of Breck course or something like that. But I think from like a retail perspective, you've done a great job in that, in the clubhouse there. I think this will augment that. My only like concern was the mountain range looks a little out of whack. I'm like, I think I see 4th of July Bowl, definitely see Quandary. I'm like, is that peak 1 and 2? So maybe a little more definition so I can pick out the peaks.
The
but-
golfers won't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, but just, I'd want to make sure the range is accurate, but I kind of like the opportunity that you presented there. And I think where you're going there, I kind of want to see what you do. So I'm in favor 100%.
Just to tie my comments together, to your original, you know, are we getting back to every department having, I think we need to put some guardrails around that. And I think Patrick said it well. It's the enterprise fund.
We have a
I
water
think-
enterprise fund though. So
Pardon
it
me?
can't be about the enterprise fund because water's an enterprise fund.
Well, let's see what they come up with.
It's a different type of enterprise fund, but I think we're empowering, it's the concept of enterprise fund. We're empowering them to make their own money. So I'm generally supportive. I like the idea of getting, you know, some local experts just to give you your opinion, take it or leave it. So that's why I say Lucy. I liked, I think Jay said it and Todd said, or you said it, Patrick, is there a tie-in for the Town of Breck in our tie, you know, back of the hat, on the arm of the shirt? I don't know, but it would be nice if there was.
I think the opportunity would exist. You you know, we're at the front entrance where it says Town of Breckenridge when people walk through the door. And then on the back of scorecards, I'm all in favor of this option that I ran through Scott this morning, and, you know, put the Town of Breckenridge logo on the back of the scorecard, and, you know, this is, you know, we can word it that way. I'm all in favor of everyone knowing where we are and how proud we are of this entity and this gift that we have over there on Tiger Road. So I see no problem in tying that in terms of you know, I would agree both ways. It's, you know, I wear this jacket very much with pride, you know, whenever I travel, and it's been cold enough. So, but it's I think there is some opportunity for that, and we'll definitely explore that.
Okay. Everybody's spoken. I
Yeah.
disagree with all of it. I think the town logo is what we do. I mean, I will not back down on that. I think that logo from right here looks exceptional, and it's not a private club. One of the things that pissed me off the most when I was running the concession out there was that everybody thinks it's a private club, but it's not. It's just not. It's a Town of Breck municipal golf course. It's an exceptional golf course, but it's still a municipal golf course. And the budgets still run through this town council. And I completely disagree. And if you want to go with the mining thing because you've gotten the blessing of the council now, that's fine. This, I think, is poorly wrought. And while I might not be an expert in logos, I built a ton of restaurants, and every one of them had a logo that I either designed or I had a great hand in designing. So I think I am as much of an expert in logos as you can be, being, you know, sitting up here. I've seen more than my share and had personal accountability with logos, you know, in my career. So I think this is a dangerous road, and guardrails have to be more than an enterprise fund. I think we allow this strictly for the golf course, and that's it. I just don't, I mean, we're going to start having different stuff for the whole, every
Oh,
rec program.
We're gonna burn these hats. as
Yeah,
soon as we're
well,
done.
they're out now,
So-
but it's not even that. It's just these things have a tendency, if you don't stop them, to go where we were the last time that we had this huge discussion, because every department had a completely different logo and there was no tie together for the town. So, all right, what's the rest of your,
Can I speak one thing to the Race Breck logo, just so we can touch on that
Sure.
one? Okay, just because
So
I
they
want
don't
to.
get buried. We think Seth's position now.
We, as you know, have acquired a number of different race entities in the last few years. They all had their own individual logos. That includes the Trail Running Series, which has been ours. That includes, you know, the Summit Mountain Challenge, which had its own. That includes, you know, the Firecracker 50. Every single one of them had a different logo. And so the concept behind that was to try to merge them into one entity. Same idea. This is the forward-facing sort of merchandising side of things, and absolutely acknowledging the town on the back of that or on the side of it is kind of what the vision was, but that this was an umbrella concept, that this is the event element that we offer that's a forward-facing to the public piece of it. And that's why that was generated as it was.
yeah, I'm not going to win this one either. So it doesn't really matter, but I get it. I get it. I don't agree, but I understand. I mean, I get both of you. I just don't agree. So, the rest of your presentation.
Getting 0 balls in this lottery. So just an overview, Nordic season this year as compared to last year, a little bit down on terms of the Nordic. I'm not really going to regurgitate everything that you see in the memo in front of you. In terms of the skiers and the check-ins, a little bit on down, but we're up in programs. So our snowshoe, our night snowshoe, our fat bikes are up. We're gonna have a few new programs next year. We're gonna have a night ski. Breck Stables is working diligently and trying to do some different lighting options over there as well on the property that could generate some business. So rest assured, what was normally a quiet building in the last few years, we're gonna drum up some good interest, and especially with the golf simulator that is going in there. So that is in there. So attendance, I think, was very fair. We had excellent instructors this year, and the two positives that I got out of the Nordic season, the State of the Union, that I can give you is our customer service is fantastic. Our feedback with our customer service is fantastic, and most importantly, our grooming is the best in the state. So yeah, it was fantastic.
You got to get
transportation out there?
We do. Well, we are starting to, we have a bus route running out here this year, thanks to John Doerr, is going to be now. Yeah, well, it was your name on it. But anyway, it's coming out that way and there's gonna be some traffic heading over to Brett Golf Club this year. So
No, I mean to the Nordic Center.
I will look into that one
Yeah, no, I mean,
when we get to.
The difference between Breckenridge Nordic Center and Gold Run Nordic Center, I prefer to ski at Gold Run. I just like the terrain, I like the grooming. And I like the kind of the rolling classic tracks. But I think the why our numbers aren't as good as that it is because they're on transportation.
We have that opportunity to discuss that and to look at that. So
Yeah.
I think we will.
I mean, I match your logo, it's the least you could do.
Exactly. So Nordic, very happy this year. We have an excellent product. You guys can be very proud of out there. So on the golf side, 2022 was fantastic. 2023 looks like it's going to be just as big of a monster. Golf isn't slowing down. So we've got the staff, the best staff that you can possibly have for that you can be proud of. And we just hired Superintendent Grant Johnson to take over to the retiring Jim Byers, who was fantastic, had a phenomenal career and all the accommodations that go with that. But Grant he is our leading expert in taking Brett Golf Club into the next phase. And we expect nothing but amazing things from him. So last but not least, like I said, Golf Simulator has been installed. So that'll be a winter and a summer. That's not a temporary fix to a long-term solution. It is a long-term fun out there. So we will offer winter and we'll offer summer programming out there for that. Generating a lot of interest right now. We're hiring staff and when staff comes on, Joe with the restaurant is looking into potential winter dining options out there, and we can use that golf club for a year-round operation as opposed to just kind of a 7 to 8 month operation. So we're excited, and 2023 is going to be a blast.
Questions?
Patrick, are you, you're gonna hate this question.
No, I'm
but
not.
Are you feeling the finding the sweet spot with the locals and the guests? I mean, are we making progress there? We're never gonna completely solve it, but I mean, are we making progress?
We are making a tremendous amount of progress. 2021 and 2020 actually was the bomb that started everything. Golf went up 215% in the entire country. So we felt it, and there was no solution in place there was more residents playing, there were more out of towners playing. Everybody was compacting against each other. And so 21 and 22, 23, we've reserved a very big chunk of our tee sheet for the residents to be able to call this their home course. So we didn't see near as much of the disconnect last year than we did the year before. And we're expecting amount of positive improvement for this year as well.
Second question, do we consider fractional ownership owners, local residents for so far as buying a golf pass?
You guys nixed that in the last meeting we had. So that is no longer part of our agenda, which is fine. We've had zero pushback on that, by the way.
Great.
So
Thank you. You must have rolled it out.
Yep.
well.
Yep.
That's great. Thanks.
Happy with the restaurant?
Restaurant's good. It's very good. Staff has been good, and they're providing good service over there, and it's full. So
Good.
Yep.
All right. Other questions? All right, we're done.
Thanks for your time.
You guys want a hat before we burn them?
That's gonna be a collector's.
You got that.
Geez. Carlton to the All right, I'm gonna call it to order the town council regular meeting Tuesday, April 25th. Roll call, please.
Don't worry, we're just having a meeting.
Kelly Owens,
Yes, here.
Dick Carlton, Jeffrey Bergeron,
Here.
Carol Sade,
Here.
Jay Beckerman,
Present.
Todd Rankin,
Here.
Eric Mamula.
Yes. Minutes for April 11th, 2023. Anybody have anything to report?
No, they're very
Minutes
accurate.
stand as presented. Agenda, Rick?
No changes?
Agenda stands as presented. We have Communications Council. The first is public comment, non-agenda items only. 3-minute time limit, please. Anybody got something to say this evening? Yes, please. Yeah, if you're here for it, let's go. Tell us who you are, and then you got 3 minutes to tell us what you want to talk about.
Yeah, so Carly Walsh. So I bought a place at Blue 52 about 5 years ago. And there was a bus that was implemented after I bought my place, and it's literally like a couple feet in front. And I've encountered a lot of problems and issues over the past 5 years. And I was looking to see if we could remove the bus stop or have it moved a block away. There is a bus that it loops back around and it comes 2 minutes after. And it's just, I have pictures. It's literally like 2 feet from my front yard. And it's just, I feel I get harassed. There's been incidents. There's people that'll stand underneath, like on my front, like right outside my door. And I just kind of would really like to get it removed.
Just have
you talk
James
to
will get her
Matt about that?
contact information and we'll have our person in charge of transit follow up with you and see if we can understand more what's going on there.
Yeah, I have talked to him email and he wants me to call the police every time something happens. And I have a couple buddies who are officers and they told me that's kind of, you know, that's what they're there for. But if it's happening so adamantly and the bus does come back around.
But
So I kind of-
we still need to understand more of what's happening and why it's happening and what it's related to, because we have, so I just.
So talk to James, Kristen. Great.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Hello, ma'am.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Long time no see.
I know. I want to just give this to you guys and you could just kind of share them. I didn't make enough for everybody, but kind of peek at them. And I've been nominated to come in, make a suggestion and maybe offer some help for the dog park in Breckenridge. I'm sure you guys have heard complaints. Not here to complain at all. And first, I would like to start with saying we appreciate the park. Thank you so much for the things that you have done at the park. The trees, the gates, the new gates, the picnic tables, the new tent to help for sun protection. We are so appreciative of that. But we were just wondering if we could get a little bit of help with some improvements, some small improvements that would help with the mud situation. We know there's always the other situation and that's ongoing with people picking up and, we hope that we can deal with that somehow, but the mud is really pretty bad. And this time of the year, and I know it's mud season and I know we live in an area where there's a lot of runoff and melt. But we all know that some of that melt and that mud is not just dirt. Unfortunately, it's our dogs from being in there all winter. So I have provided some pictures showing our dog park, and then I'm showing Silverthorne's dog park, and I'm not showing it as a comparison necessarily that Silverthorne has a better park, because that's not what we're saying. We're just saying it has some, they have implemented some things that I think could help the Breckenridge dog park. So what we're asking for from town council, if you could help provide like pea gravel for the park. Silverthorne, if you look at those pictures, almost their entire park is that. And I know they don't have maybe the wet problem that we have here, but it does help. And it's you can see how the dog prints just go 2-3 inches into the mud right now, but I think that pea gravel would help with that. So that's something we're asking for. And if the town could provide that and put piles throughout the park, there are several of us who already have volunteered to spread it if we have to. We're happy to do that if it's okay with the town that we do it, So with that, we're looking, and maybe some signs, some happier signs on the fence on the inside of the park that suggest to people and remind people that they need to be responsible for their pets. Our signs, most of them are on the outside of the park. So if you don't read them on your way in, you don't see them on your way out because your back is to them. So if we could put them around the fences and they're happy and they're colorful, kind of just reminds people. to sort of pick up after their pets. That would be something we'd like the town to do. And then maybe the other thing is, could we designate a dog park cleanup day? Where, like we have the town cleanup day, and we maybe do some posters at the vets or at at the dog, the food dog places that sell food in that we say this on this Saturday from 9 to 12 or 10 to 12, we're going to have a dog, park cleanup day. Please show up without your dogs and let's get the park ready for summer. And we're willing to do our part. And I think that, Brecken, you guys know that the volunteers in town, when you ask for help, you'll get it. And so we're asking for help for the product. We're ready to be the sweat equity or the grit that gets it done. So yeah, that's about all I have to say. Again, with our appreciation for everything. And I would be personally happy to try to help organize some of this if that's the need, that the town needs that person. You guys might do the pea gravel, but you need somebody to organize people coming in the day and all that. Happy to do that. So I put my name and my phone number on the last page. That's not very fancy. I just threw that together today.
I like that.
But
Yeah.
it serves a purpose, right?
Perfect. Yep.
And just happy to help with that. We're happy to help. It's our dogs. It's our park that we, if we don't have yards or whatever, our dogs are safe there. Just make the park a little more presentable and healthier.
Kathy, thank you.
All right.
Kathy, we just do,
Yeah, I was involved in the original stuff, but
didn't we just do a big,
drainage issues in there
Yeah.
because we had some real sanitation issues with how that was coming off and addressing that. Let us talk internally
Right, absolutely.
and look at some things, and then we'll have somebody follow up with you and see if we need to pull together, a meeting again with
That
some
would be great.
representatives out there and talk through some of those issues, and we can educate each other and see where we might go. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
thank you.
Good night.
Zach was gonna do a duty-free break yesterday at
Yeah,
the
then the
B and B
snow.
trailhead, but it gets snowed. So we kind of agreed to reschedule it for town cleanup, correct?
We'll follow up on that.
Thank you. Anything else? Anyone else? All right, public hearings closed. We have Breck Tourism Office update. Lucy.
I would just like to commend Kathy. I'm always impressed with people who are willing to bring forward problems and solutions at
Yes.
the same time. So thank you, Kathy. Lodging, Bill's out this week, so you just get me in my very basic numbers. Summer, for this summer, we're okay. I know that some of the numbers in the packet in the finance section look off. We're going to put in the numbers are accurate, just needs another column of key data for 2022. So you'll see it's not that dramatically different. The key data is showing that we're about 14% down for the summer. Sounds worse than it is. It's a difference between 15% occupancy and 17.5 right now. So 2.5 points. It's not much. Half of that difference is the Colorado Municipal League and Mountain 2030. So I think one thing I'm going to do and offer it is in the packets when we do our updates, I'm going to just leave one graph in there, because if you would see the graph year over year for how it lays out, you'll see we actually look very, very comparable to last year. It's off a little bit, but nothing drastic. So no real cause for concern. However, we're always prepared for if it does go over a cliff, if something changes, the BTO will be ready and we'll go into our Plan B marketing. So in our board meeting next week, we will identify and just get reconfirmation that if we are off by 18% or more by the end of May, then we'll kick into that deeper in the funnel marketing plan. So if that sounds like a good landing zone, that's what we'll just reconfirm with the board. They've already approved it like a year ago, but we're going to check that again. So that's what we're looking at right now. I think we're fine. It'll be a little soft. We are targeting 2019 volumes, plus maybe 2%. So if we're off a little bit, we're just fine. ADR is within a point of last year. So ADRs are holding, they're pretty good. Length of stay is up to 4.6 days. And I will say we're watching two dynamics. I think the last time we talked about, we're seeing more owner usage in the occupancy. So it's something we're watching because occupancy might be good, but if you have a lot more owners in there, the lodging revenue is going to be different. And then the other thing that's good news is the percent of cancellations year over year is way down. So that means the bookings that are on the books they're going to stick more because there's probably cancellation fees are coming back. So we're watching all these dynamics. We can see all this stuff now. We couldn't see it before. One thing we're working on through CADMO, which is again, the Colorado Association of DMOs, we're putting together a research consortium. So we're trying to get as many DMOs as want to play to buy data together so we can get some economies of scale. It'll be really inexpensive for us on the front end. Ultimately, we'll probably get RRC and key data in that. So we think over time, we'll be able to bring our costs down. We spend pretty heavily on research, but we're going to go ahead and go in with this first group to try to get this consortium going. Any questions on the data or lodging? I don't want to go over it too fast.
I don't know if you're about to hit this, Lucy, but how are our NPS scores tracking right now for this past winter?
We are for out of state is up. And I can't quote the exact number because I didn't look at that right before I came in here, but I know the out of state is up and in-state is flat or maybe a little bit soft, but I'll look that up and I'll send that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else on data? Okay, then just a couple of quick updates. July 4th parade, we've got 19 floats in so far. So much for the last minute crowd. We'll cap it at 30. We'll have the Minnesota marching band as well as the Broncos drum line. They're both confirmed, so it'll be pretty good. Maje's got all the Oktoberfest entertainment taken care of. And we're getting Steins from Germany this year, so we'll be back to the real deal kind of thing. All the vendor agreements for Oktoberfest will have our new single-use plastic guidelines incorporated in there. So we'll be probably not the first big event to do it, but we'll see how that goes, what tweaks we may have to make. A couple of updates on the destination management side. Our Community Affairs Committee, which includes Carol, thank you, Carol, has been working on quality of life metrics that we will bake into the resident survey that's going to be done in the fall. And we talk about quality of life, but we have no way to measure it. So we're trying to establish some metrics for a baseline. The committee did a ton of good work. I'll make sure that you have eyes on it. It ultimately will go to the survey committee. We have an advisory committee that puts that survey together. So they'll have the final say in exactly what those metrics are and how that's worded. But we're happy with that. At the BREC 101, which is our frontline orientation, is Tessa's got that set up for, and it will run from May 22nd until June 16th. And we have a really good cross section of businesses that are involved. This is where businesses, kind of comp their service or activity or whatever. So frontline employees know, what the raft trip is like or know what Blue River Bistro is like, that sort of thing. So that's ready to go. And then we have, I think the last time I talked about our Be Like Breckenridge partnership. So this is where we're inviting businesses to come in and take our BLB concepts and really integrate them into their daily business operation in a way that's relevant for that business. We've got 25 inaugural partners that we're working through all the different things they want to do right now. Last week, the ski resort hosted Kathleen Wong from USA Today, and she was doing a piece on destination stewardship. The resort, Sarah Lococo invited us in. So Melissa, our new PR director, met with her. And the long story short is Kathleen is doing a story on BLB. She had a whole ton of questions about the details of that. So we're going to have a nice piece on this program that hasn't even started yet. The partnership will be in USA Today. So I'm pretty happy about that. Let's see, we are, Tessa's also working on looking at some DEI training. We're going to do it in the BTO, but the consultant that we're bringing in, who was part of the Colorado leadership journey, it would be willing to do something community-wide if we want to go down that path. So we're looking at that as well. And otherwise, we're working on our 24 plans and budget, board and BTO succession planning. And our move to the potential move to the professional building. So that's a whopper of a project. So, questions?
We on next one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we're shrinking. We're going, it's about 2/3 of space
Oh.
and it's ground floor, so we have to haul all this stuff upstairs and it's good.
that's nice.
Yeah,
And we're
It's
paying
not-
ourselves.
we're paying ourselves,
It's nice.
but I'm gonna remodel it a little bit, Rick. We have to.
Fine.
Anything else? Questions?
Anybody?
No.
Lucy, thank you.
Thanks, Lucy.
Thanks, Lucy.
Wise ass. All right, we have no second readings. of council bills. We do have one first reading. This is Council Bill number 14, Series 2023. It's proposed development agreement amendment between the town of Breckenridge and the Breckenridge Grand Vacations Gondola Lot Properties LLC, that any site-specific development permit application within the gondola lots master plan area not be subject to any policy/development code changes subsequent to May 25, 2022 for a period of 6 months. Chris.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Kulik, Planning Manager for the record. Before you tonight, we at first reading, we have a proposed development agreement amendment that would, in addition to the 6 months of extended vesting for the gondola lots master plan that were awarded in the existing development agreement, the amendment would allow that any site-specific development permit application within the master plan area not be subject to any development code changes subsequent to May 25th, 2022 for a period of 6 months from the effective date or effective amendment, which would be June 13th, 2023. This amendment is requested in order for the applicant to withdraw their active site-specific development application and explore other development options. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
You know, on Dick's deal, when he talked about kind of to kind of publicize the public benefit, when would we do that? Would that be the second reading or?
Yeah, because I think it needs to be vetted with the applicants and
Okay,
Kirsten certainly needs to weigh in on, so I didn't
Okay.
think it prudent to do it too quickly. It's,
Cool.
Any other questions? All right, anyone in the public wish to comment on this first reading? Public comment period is closed. Is there a motion?
On first reading,
I'm sorry, should I make my comments again for this for this process, or was during work
So
session enough?
I think one session's enough. The staff got the gist of it, so
okay,
I think you're good.
Sorry.
should I start again?
Yeah, do it
Sorry
again.
about that, Jeffrey.
On first reading, I move we pass Council Bill number 14, Series 2023, the title which has been read into the record.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rankin,
Yes.
Councilmember Carlton,
Yes.
Councilmember Beckerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Sade,
Yes.
Councilmember Bergeron,
Yes.
Mayor Mamula.
Yes. Planning Commission decisions. The last meeting, April 11th. All right, no, April 15th. Any call-ups? No, all right. Planning Commission decisions stand as presented. We have the report of the town manager and staff.
A couple things quickly. I did mention earlier, I'm not sure everybody heard that the US Postal Service is reserving our ice rink on September 19th to do a launch of a new winter stamp. They do about 20 times a year throughout the country, and this is a winter stamp, and they're leasing out the ice rink for the day. They'll have photo ops, and I think Eric's gonna do something, and yeah, so if you're a stamp collector, they'll be there.
Oh, like
New logo, like ice
Yeah,
rink
postage
logos.
stamps.
Yeah.
Yeah, logos. They'll have the, yeah.
Yes.
no
Yeah.
globe.
It would be Seth doing a arabesque.
This Friday, April 28th, if you get a chance to swing by the clubhouse, the golf clubhouse, and say goodbye and thank you to Jim Byers after 30 years of work, 30 plus years working with the town. From 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. They're gonna have a little luncheon thing out there with him, and staff's invited to go out there and say stuff. So and lastly, the
Summer kickoff, which Shannon sent you a note for the employee summer kickoff at the golf course on June 1st. If you want to attend that, there's barbecue that night. We do out on the back patio golf scramble, but what you got that invite today from Shannon.
You don't have to golf.
No, you don't have to golf. You don't have to buy any swag either. The last thing I want to do is we are working on the agenda for the retreat. Which, you know, is Tuesday, May 16th. We sent that out to you a couple days ago so that you could just look at it. This is kind of in working with Kelly and Eric. These are some of the topics that he brought up that he'd like us to focus a little more time on. If there's something specific you would like to see addressed that's not on here, tell us. I'm trying to keep the day to, you know, not go too late. It starts at 8 and we're hoping to get over around 3 or 3:30. But, you know, if we need to move something around or focus on something different, let us know. Is there anything jumps out at anybody right now you want to talk about or?
Dick?
Yeah, I'm kind of, it hit me when I think about the ice rink and saw how big the number was, and it made me pause, and I just started thinking, there may be an opportunity to kind of combine the recreation overview ice rink discussion along with the River Center remodel and broaden the discussion into, you know, we talk a lot about quality of life in maintaining the character of town and you know, in the DMP, and it would help me to have a broad discussion around, you know, what really brings quality of life to our local residents and have a discussion around that. And I think of things like, you know, I think of recreation, I think of open space and trails. I think of the arts. I think of
Dick, part of
housing and childcare.
we were gonna tweak that title.
Okay.
And we don't want to call out the ice rink expansion. We want,
Yeah.
what we want to do is go recreation overview / future needs, because there's a lot of things
Absolutely.
we want to look at related to recreation and decide what, is there a bang for our buck? What are we impacting? What are the
Absolutely.
different things. And so
And that's what spurred my thinking, and I'm trying to take it even a little broader so that we can try to have this whole, you know, and not get too micro in the retreat, right? Just have a broader discussion as a council and kind of guide the staff maybe to help us take the next step. So we're looking at all things rec, you know, turf fields and ice rink. And
Well,
is there
field house
something
concept
capital
still,
at
yeah.
the golf course, yeah.
Move that to where committee commission expansion is and just swap those two. So Riverwalk Center remodel and then recreation are
Yeah.
one after another.
I think they're all, I would like to see them all combined and just call them quality, you know, quality of life for local residents and it, you know, because to me, it includes arts, includes recreation, includes open space trails, housing, childcare, and all these things. And, you know, there's two components to all of them, right? There's the operational annual spend, and then there's the capital investment. And so we have a kind of a broad discussion around all these pieces that bring quality of life for our residents, which will really help guide us in the more micro discussion around recreation and the pieces to that. Because there's others that, you know, it's all going to be intertwined when we finally get around to
Let us
prioritizing. We're
think
certainly
about
not going to get all this done
amenities.
at this one discussion. So, but that was just my thought.
Start at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I think we have to try to stay at the 30,000 foot view
Sure.
on this. And we, like, we're not gonna get in, you know, we're not gonna get in and try to design, you know, if we're gonna expand the Riverwalk Center, but we want to dig up some studies we did a while back and say, and we know what might be important, but it's more the philosophical question of, is this something that we need to be looking at that we want to, that improvements down the road need to be made. Do we support this? And I think when it comes to whether it's amenities for our, you know, whether they're recreational or arts and those types of things that address that quality of life, it's, yeah, what are the questions that we want to ask and what's the information we're looking for in helping us make those decisions? Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's generally kind of where I would hope we go, is a little broader discussion than just those two items, so.
Okay.
But not more micro, just broader.
Yeah, so let us think about, I think we understand what you're talking about and this, how we kind of title that and.
Sure.
And I mean, I think we'll get there. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'd love to spend a few minutes as a group thinking about how we want to invest in our workforce, you know, the town of Breck employees and the culture in that workforce, and just make sure we're thinking out loud of how to make sure we're doing good work there.
And we might get it there. I should tell you also that I mean, this probably is not set up what like a typical retreat might be, because it's almost like another dang work session for us. We just don't have time to get into some of these things. And, you know, we want to, in the fall, maybe September, we really want more of a work session format where we can really spend the first part of that day looking at council goals and what's still important for us and what are we making sure that we're, you know, doing things to align with those goals, and maybe a little more of that, you know, what you're talking about might probably fit into that a little better at that time, but it certainly doesn't preclude us from having an opportunity to always stress how important that is.
Thanks. Yeah, that sounds great.
Anyone else? All good?
All right. Okay. And we're gonna do it here, just so you know.
We're gonna do it in here.
Yeah, we're gonna do it in here only because, you know, we're set up.
Yep.
We're set up to record it. We're set up to do what we need to do. We can have our breaks and food and that, so. Yep.
I mean, staff can be here and, yeah, Kelly doesn't like that at all. Kelly's telling me she doesn't like that at all, but.
I know.
Underground, but.
I tried to move it and Shannon said, no, let's just.
She wants to go to club. Med.
That is a full-on lie.
We're thinking at the beach at the base.
The same way, Mike.
Wants to get work done.
Underground. Fine.
Hey, you know what? You'll be ready when the apocalypse comes. All righty, report of the mayor and council members.
There you
Mhm.
That'd be nice. Nobody pays attention when the wind does. So, because this is all I talk about lately. Senate Bill 213. It's the latest edition. According to the newspapers, we got everything we wanted, although our lawyer doesn't seem to think so. So I'm gonna side with her. The front page of the Colorado Politics is Colorado lawmakers to remove state control from Polis's housing plan. And there was another one that said something like DOLA being put back to taking out a regulatory and being put back to what they were doing, which is supposed to be support for all of us. So we definitely made some serious headway. It looks like the rent control died in committee this afternoon. Dylan was the deciding vote. Yep. I just saw that Andrew Kenny said bill to allow local rent control will die in committee. So will die or is dying. They needed his vote. Anyway, 213 is going the way we want at the moment, we think. We're gonna keep pushing. If there's another need to testify, I will happily do it, but so far. It's been a
Good work,
Yeah.
man.
That's nice job, Mayor.
Yeah.
cast has been,
an exceptional job on this thing. He's really represented us well on this. so.
Cast has been amazing. Margaret, Eric Heil from Avon in particular have been.
Lawyer.
Good conversations and he's a lawyer and a golfer, you know, whatever. No, it's been great. So anyway, open space, Mr.
Yeah,
Bertrand.
we had a meeting last night. We were, like I said, we're gonna do duty-free Breck. but the duty was covered with snow. Friends of Breckenridge Trails dates have been set. Free Breck on the town cleanup day is May 20th, so we're gonna do the duty-free Breck deal then. We're having the annual open house at Carter Park at May 22nd from 5 to 7. And it will have like kiosks and like whiteboards and stuff with different themes of open space manned by various open space commission. BOSAC appointments, you guys know, Nikki, Chris, and David were appointed for another term.
That's not who we voted for.
Oh, shoot. I'll break the bad news to Rossi. Swan Mountain Project, the town submitted their comments. They're gonna kind of realign some trails, includes forest health treatment and realignments of some of the fish path, improvements of fish passage. And the project is north of Tiger Road and extend to Keystone. Now, one of the things which is kind of interesting is there might be some down the road, a closure of fishing from September 1st to December 1st at starting at Coin Valley Road, going all the way to the Tarn. There's they think there could be some diminishing health, aquatic health. So we're gonna have one of these fish guys come up and talk to us about that. We might change we might look into changing the term of the chair and the co-chair to a year now. Duke Barlow is going to remain the chair, and Kristen L is filling in for Nikki as a co-chair because she's just going to be busy. And then we're going to work on the trails and signage plan, and that's about it. But there's more stuff, but yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah, thanks. Hardest working man in government.
You are. Tourism,
We meet next week.
history,
No meeting.
creative arts,
Exec meeting Thursday.
events,
No meeting.
childcare.
Next week.
Made anybody cry lately?
Not lately.
Okay. Yeah, that's why.
Next
Workforce housing, anything to add?
Nothing to add. They're doing good work. You got anything to add on there?
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I want to say that town staff has done an incredible job on Steebles and working with those community partners, Burke, Mountain Dreamers, grown together, and that's gonna pay off in all future projects. And they've had to hustle for this project and they're doing a great job to make it happen.
They do amazing.
Uh-huh.
work. It has been so easy to represent Breck knowing what they do. Yeah, it's really very cool.
Couldn't agree more.
Social equity.
Minutes were in the packet.
Nice. Other matters. Oh, before we get there, this is the year mark for appointments, committee appointments. That's the word I was looking for. Is everybody cool or do you want to change? And I know Todd hates what he does, but that's cool with me.
Yeah.
How about you? You all right with it? I can live with that.
A 2-year
Anybody?
commitments at least.
Getting a new lens, right? Like mixing it up, expanding knowledge.
What don't you
I
like?
like getting deep in the commission and 2 years is great.
Talked to Lucy with BTO about my desire to do 2 years on it because I think it's a committee that takes some time to get up to speed. And she was in full agreement and expressed that she would hope that we could kind of go to a 2-year type.
You want to
of
stay
appointment.
on?
I'd love to, yeah.
You want to stay on?
I've only had like 1 or 2 meetings, so I'm excited. to
You're
see
good?
what-
You're good?
Make them cry.
Looks like you're, looks like BCA is all you, man. Sorry. Right, other matters. Jay, you had a couple.
I did?
I don't know.
No.
Anybody have anything?
I have one.
There
I'd
you
like
go.
to get a bike rack in front of town hall, a decent one.
Out back. It's right
On the side.
around the corner.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible one. It's
No, there's a new one around the corner.
oh, around the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's kind of out of sight,
Not
like
mine.
trolling for bike thieves.
It's on the pathway, the heated pathway, and it's really well lit.
Is it? Okay, all right. All right.
Downward cast light.
It's not visible because I'm gonna have to leave my piece in my bicycle when I come into town buildings now.
You can bring it in, can you?
Yeah, I guess.
You should leave.
All you need is like. a public meeting.
Any other meetings, other matters?
Oh, we have a coffee talk.
Coffee talk on Thursday, if any of you can make it. It's at the Crown. I don't know if anybody's gonna show up. We'll see.
I'll be
Sure, somebody's gonna show up and bitch about something, so I'm ready for it.
right across the street from, the art place.
Oh,
Better-
uh-huh.
Oh, me too.
All right. Thank you, everyone.